Good evening, everyone.
Evening.
Hi, Randy. Hi, Brandon. Hi, Kim.
Hello.
Hello.
Brandon, I'm gonna, or actually, and Scott as well, if I can make you both co-hosts, just to
Sounds
help
good to me.
manage the everything.
Hey, Randy, I was going to say, I don't know if you can hear me. There's a big accident on Laurel. So if people are getting here late, they shut down Laurel and people are taking detours. So.
Oh, thanks for letting me know. Hopefully no one is injured, but I'm guessing if they've closed that, they probably are.
Well, it sounds like they took down a pole. So there's an electrical pole down on. So it's been closed for quite a while, but it was really backed up.
Oh, wow. Okay, I think we are. Oh, there's Ira Gold. Okay. So if Brandon and or Scott, if I can watch you guys just to monitor the participants, we'll get this going. I'll turn on my video.
Right now we're just board members, correct? And others.
Yeah, there's a couple of people. We have a couple. We have Jorge. I'm sorry, George Placencia from.
I got Logan Smith here. Are we promoting him as well?
He is. He is from Assemblyman Adrinazarian's office, so he will probably chime in. I don't know why my camera isn't working. Give me 1 second. Let me try that again.
And are you guys going to confirm today who has their anti-bias? Because I know I never got a confirmation back from Don or from our board. I want to make sure it's done.
Yeah, we can. Hey, Brandon, just out of curiosity, do you see me or no?
No, I just see a blank screen.
That's interesting.
Unless you turned off all the lights, no.
No, for some reason my camera's not going on. Okay, but anyway, as it's now 7:04, just so we know, we're also going live on Facebook. 1 second.
Oh, there's Abigail right there.
Let's see if this works. Let's see.
Here we go. Here I am.
Okay, I'm just waiting for it to go live.
Okay, we're live stream now.
Should be.
Yeah, it says
Facebook.
it right on the top.
Okay, very good. So I don't know why my camera's not working. I'll try to reset that. But in the meantime, just out of respect to everyone's time, sorry that we are running a little late. Let's try something here on the camera. Not sure. Okay, anyway. We'll call this meeting to order. It is now 7:05 p.m. Good evening. If we can please call the roll.
Okay. Kim Clements. Kim?
Sorry, I had to unmute here.
It's all right. Randall Freed.
Here.
Ira Gold.
Here.
Jeff Hartwick.
Here.
JJ Hoffman.
Here.
Julie Houlihan.
Here.
Welcome back from Egypt. Lisa Karagian.
Here.
Laura Karian. Laura?
Here.
There you are. Scott Mandel.
Present.
Brandon Marino, obviously here. Richard Niederberg. Is he part of the attendees? Not yet. Karen Sorrow. I see Karen.
She's here. Yeah.
He's here. I see her. Adam Summer. He's here. And Abigail Velasco.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. So off we go. Agenda item number 2, approval of the November meeting minutes. I see a hand up. Calling user 1. This may be Niederberg. Let's see.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just for clarification, is there a Dunn representative on the line? And if so, what's their name? Thank you.
Sure. So I do not see Gibson Yambura on the line as of yet. Let me check again. I don't see him as of yet, but he had indicated that he would be on the line, and he is as of right now, our Dunn representative. Okay, so agenda item 2, approval of the November meeting minutes. Seeing no hands or comments from board members, approval without objection. Great. Moving on to agenda item number 3. My comments. One, again, I apologize for my camera issue. Number 2 on my list of things is we have, just to echo what I had indicated in the e-blast, for those that did not receive it, Council Member Rahman, I am meeting with her on the 24th at 1 p.m. via Zoom. We are also joined this evening by Council Member Rahman's Field Deputy for Studio City, and we'll hear from him momentarily. Out of interest of wanting to address the various concerns, I have asked for questions. A number of the questions I received thus far relate to probably the number 1 topic in our community, which is around the issue of homelessness. We have heard from stakeholders, and it's related to a motion this evening, for example, regarding encampments on Fruitland. I know that our treasurer, Kim Clements, who lives in that neighborhood, has been in touch with her neighbors. I myself met with someone who lives on Fruitland, as well as we have heard from Fruitland representatives or people living there. We'll hear more info in terms of homelessness and other information from Luis Oliart this evening, our Homelessness Committee Chair. Also, it is worth noting that Richard Adams, a longtime neighborhood council, he's been a board member on various committees for a number of years, passed away. And I just, of course, give on behalf, I think you can say on behalf of all those who've been involved in the NC system, to his loved ones, a thank you for his years of service to the neighborhood council system as an often outspoken critic. And we give our sincerest condolences to his family. And so there's that. Moving on to, as has been notated on a number of agendas, we have had 2 vacant seats, independent contractor and employee seat, as well as a residential homeowner seat. So going to agenda item 3A, we have we have received a letter of interest in the independent contractor / employee seat from one person, Dean Cutler, a highly qualified person in my estimation, and who's been involved in the community in numerous ways. So I thought we'd do two things. First is, as it relates to agenda item 3A, before the board takes a vote, if you could please share with our stakeholders, and for those board members who perhaps didn't read your statement, although I'm sure they all did, why do you wish to serve on the NC board? Then we'll see if there's any public comment, and then we'll board comment, and we'll take a quick vote.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you all. Many of you are familiar faces and others not so familiar, but many of you probably know that I've been on the land use committee for several terms, along with Lisa, which I think we've done some excellent work there and continue to do so. Others know me as president of the Business Improvement District, which I've served as the president for the last 2 years, and we've made great headway there with some exciting accomplishments. More importantly, of late, security. If any of you have noticed the patroller, three-wheeler that goes up and down through the Business Improvement District from Carpenter to Cowater, pretty cutting edge security. We had to manipulate and make some hard decisions with how many days and the type of security, but we're getting great results with that. So we've done some great work there, as well as maybe many of you have seen the 10 mailboxes. They're not mailboxes, but they're the phone boxes that have been painted with what happened in Studio City that have been really bright and I think well received, amongst a number of things, which I couldn't have done it also without Vicki Nispum, the executive director. But more importantly, as the independent contractor, I've been working, used to live in Studio City, and full transparency, I live in Sherman Oaks now, but I was always on the border. But I do a lot of business in Studio City, have a lot of landlord relationships along the boulevard, off the boulevard, a lot of networking with businesses, and want to see and hope to bring and kind of marry the Business Improvement District along with the neighborhood council into, bringing things forward and weaving those common interests into keeping Studio City thriving as it will and as it should, and maintaining the community that it has been and just pushing forward. So I thank you all for the opportunity.
Great, thank you so much, Dean. Okay, so in terms of public comments this evening will be limited to 1 minute. So we have first, as it relates to agenda item 3A, the appointment of the vacant board seat, independent contractor employee seat, talking to Dean Cutler. Go ahead, you have 1 minute. Phone number ending in 018. I believe this is Barry.
Hi, this is Barry. I just want to say I have witnessed Dean Cutler for years in action on the Land Use Committee. I find him to be one of the most balanced people coming from the real estate field and business real estate. And oftentimes I don't agree with people in real estate, but I think he looks at everything balanced. And every time I hear him comment on an issue, I just want to applaud and say how well balanced he is at looking at each and everything he does and votes for on that committee. And I think Lisa's very lucky to have him on her committee. Thank you.
Call in user 1, go ahead.
Thank you very much. To the applicant, I wish you the best, but also be very careful from any piece of shit from DUN, Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. They will do whatever it takes to manipulate you, to hurt you, They'll just do anything. So just be strong. Don't let and also anytime they want to state something, have them put it in writing and have them make sure they cite what they state as in citations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rudy Melendez, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Dean. I'm curious if you really believe that Studio City is thriving right now. And as the person maybe that's overseeing the bid, which seems kind of uneven in terms of its efforts maintaining the boulevard, particularly the alley behind, in the neighborhood that everybody's been talking about for many years that gets no assistance. I understand you guys control a portion of the alley or work to repair part of the alley, but I'd like to know what your position is on the Harvard Westlake Park project, and how do you feel about Sportsman's Lodge, and kind of just your general, assessment of what's really happening in Studio City. I'm a little concerned, and I based on the previous caller's comments, I respect Barry's assessment of your abilities, but I don't know much about you, and I'd like to know kind of what your thoughts are about the really important issues that are impacting Studio City, because it's definitely not thriving right now. And as a member of the bid, what are you really doing to improve Studio City? Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy.
So I just want, sorry, Dean. So I'll hit pause because I want to see if there's any board member questions. So if you can just put a pin, I think Rudy asked a great question. I think to just, if you want to take note, if you need to, and then we're going to add to that if there are any board member questions, and then you can come around the horn and you can answer all of the questions at once. Sound good to you?
Sure.
Great, thank you so much. Ira Gold, go ahead.
Dean, hi. Dean, what, if any, affiliations do you have with any of the developments in Studio City currently? Thanks.
Okay, and Richard Niederberg.
So far, I've looked all these years, he's very good job and very respectful, straight in, including resolving disputes between different members on the 1-100 block of Ventura Boulevard. There's conflicts there in that parking lot. He seems to resolve them pretty well, whether it's setting up things to avoid conflicts or fixing what's already there. I'm very in favor of Dean Cutler as far as being on a board member.
Great. Are there any other board members that have a comment or question for Dean?
I guess, yeah, it's really nice to meet you. I'm excited that we're going to have I hope, closer relationship with the business district. And yeah, I'm interested in Rudy's question as well. Thank you.
Any other board members? Seeing, hearing none. Dean, so you had a question about developments from Ira, and a question, of course, about do you really think Studio City is thriving? And the rest of the question asked about what are your thoughts about Harvard Westlake and Weddington, et cetera.
Thank you all. As I said earlier, and where I can be of value is I see things from a little more from the inside track that might not be as visible to many people. When I say that, from my business and the real estate side, I'm interfacing with activity that's going on and wanting to be going on that might not hit the street yet. So when I say thriving, I'm aware of businesses that want to come and be in Studio City that board members may not know, stakeholders may not know about because they're requirements. Some of them are confidential, but there are a lot of restaurants. There are a lot of businesses that want to be in Studio City. There are restaurants that have pivoted. There are things under construction. Yes, if you drive down the street and look at some vacancies and some for lease signs and windows, it's very evident, but realistically, I always caution everyone judging that book by its cover, because there are negotiations going on, there's phone calls going on, there's interest going on. I see that, I feel it, I discuss it with the Business Improvement District, and we try to weave all of that information. And we don't have some of the physical buildings in Studio City to facilitate some of these requirements, which is unfortunate, but we do very well. We have one of the most heavily foot trafficked, safest, notwithstanding our homeless issues, we deal with it, but we have a very clean walking district, and the business climate recognizes that. And so when I say thriving, a little bit is behind the scenes, but these vacancies are being filled and people want to be here. People have tried to be here under certain parameters. You know, sadly, I was just involved with selling the Kitcraft building. It was generational family retirement. Sad to see them go, but you know, exciting things are going to happen there. So I'm early behind the scenes in some of these things. So I don't want to say I'm biased, but I hear these things that are happening, and there's a lot of people that want to be here, not to mention, you know, the investment that is being made at Studio City Center with the sale of that property. So all these things, you know, billions of dollars being maintained and invested there, that's what our community is standing for. And when I say thriving, there's a lot of people that want to be here and live here. And that's, you know, really what I see in my, you know, opinion.
Okay.
As it relates,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
as it relates to any of the developments involved, I'm not connected to any of them. I'm aware of them. I'm aware of what their goals are. They are, you know, extremely concerning with what they're going to do in some very specific areas. So I'm watching carefully. I think they have a long road to go, and there's great camaraderie in trying to evaluate these projects. I've been involved with Ben Besley and watching carefully on what's been developing there as a result of you know, some of those traffic issues, and long before phase 2 happens, I think there's some issues that we're all aware of that we're trying to resolve for presently at phase 1. And phase 1 is, you know, hardly even opened in my mind. There's several stores and restaurants that we're all going to frequent, and that situation there is, you know, in its infancy. So these are the kinds of things that I'm aware of and I'm working on. Harvard Westlake, I'm watching. There's a lot of things that are going on there. I don't have a final opinion yet. I think there's some benefits there for the community, and there's some things that are, you know, perhaps yet to be determined. But, you know, that's my, you know, thoughts, and I'm well connected through, you know, and watching and trying to learn as much about these projects as possible, and still maintaining a business acumen amongst, you know, through my business, through my real estate brokerage, through the bid, and, you know, connecting all these, you know, maybe you call it four corners.
Great. Thank you so much, Dean, for that. So we will take this to a vote, just so those that know the way it works, although there's only one person for the seat. The way it would work is the board votes, and then the first person who gets a majority vote is seated. But that's pretty straightforward in this case. So, Brandon, if you can please call the roll for the appointment of
just a question. Does JJ get a vote on this? It's not a motion.
Sure.
JJ gets a vote on this as well?
Yes.
Okay. So this is for 3A, Dean Cutler. Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Ira Gold.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick,
Yes.
JJ Hoffman,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Lisa Karagian,
Yes.
Laura Carian,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg,
Enthusiastically, yes.
Karen Sorrow,
Yes, yeah.
Adam Summer,
Yeah.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Welcome aboard, Dean. Okay,
Thank you all.
so just a quick note, point of order or point of reference, I should say, for those that are on attending this evening's meeting out of interest of speaking in support or opposition as it relates to the land use agenda item pertaining to the development at Colfax and Ventura Boulevard. That motion is being tabled and will not be heard this evening. So just if anyone's here specifically for that agenda item, it won't be heard this evening. So again, if you're here for the agenda item that's currently listed as 10A, that is being tabled. Moving along, right along to 3B, the appointment to the vacant board seat for the residential homeowner seat. Alexa Steinberg, a previous board member, an officer of the board, is back. And of course, for those of you who may not know her or stakeholders, Alexa, if you just want to take a quick minute, why you'd like to be back on the board, and then we'll take public comment / questions board, and then we'll take a vote. Alexa?
Sure. Thank you, Randy. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. I'm having some camera issues, but I have my trusty photo so you see what I look like. But thank you very much for the introduction. I am excited to be here. I served on the NCNC board for the past 2 years. During my 2-year term, I served as the reporting secretary for a term and the recording secretary for the other. I sat on the bylaws committee for 2 years. And I'm excited to be back if you'll have me. I see some familiar faces and some new faces, and I'm eager to continue to volunteer my time to engage in discussions on some of what the same issues were that we have been discussing for the past 2 years with different personalities and different input and hear different positions. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Alexa. So with that, if there is any board comment or questions, please raise your hand now. Okay, we have call-in user 1. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. To this candidate, in the past, you've been a great supporter of the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. Why do you support the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment as an advocate for them and their regulations and how they do their recommendations? Can you identify why you have continuously supported, without hesitation, Department of Neighborhood Empowerment? And I suspect you're not going to answer that. And thank you very much in the past for calling me an anti-Semite, you yenta.
Rudy Melendez, go ahead. Oh.
Thank you, Randy. Congratulations, Dean. I think you'll be a great asset to this neighborhood council. Hi, Alexa.
Thank you.
For those that aren't familiar, and I know Alexa and your mom, and but I'm not familiar why you left the board. So can you just, for the stakeholders that may be in attendance tonight, tell us why you are no longer on the board, and just to get a better, full, more rounded picture. And I do support your appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy. Alexa, before answering that, we'll hear from, just as before, we'll hear any questions, comments from other board members, and then you can answer them all at once, okay? Go ahead. I see hands going up and down. Kim.
Well, similar to what Rudy was inquiring about, I'm just wondering if you had run in the last election or why you decided not to try to continue. I understand a 2-year term might have been up to answer Rudy's question, but just wondering if you ran or why you're jumping in now. Thank you.
And thank you. And Richard Niederberg, go ahead.
Yeah, I support her being on the board again. She's very good at it, and I'm glad she joins the board as another lawyer. We definitely need one with Jeff and myself, and she's very good at what she does, including her new law firm. Thank you.
Okay. Abby, go ahead.
Alexa, I'm just curious about what committee would you be interested in joining in this term?
Okay, Ira, I saw your hand up and then your hand was down. Did you have a question or?
No, Rudy handled it. Thank you, though.
Okay, very good. So with that, Alexa, take it away.
Absolutely. I'll address, I guess the question was answered as to why I left the board. My 2-year term was up. I did attempt to run in the last election for the SCNC board. However, due to I'm going to call it a technology error, my documents were not uploaded appropriately and the appropriate time. And so I was denied the ability to appear on the ballot and run. And when I heard that there was a seat open as a homeowner's position seat that I qualify for, I was very eager to get back and to be back on the board and attempt to continue to finish what I started. With regard to the committees, I'd love to go back and help on the bylaws committee if need be. And really wherever my expertise and my help is needed, I'd love to be a part of those committees as well. I'm unsure as to who is in need of help and bodies, but I'd gladly help where my help is needed.
Thank you. And also, I want to, Brandon, I think I just got a text. I believe you've also received an email from another stakeholder interested in the residential homeowner seat, Adele Slaughter. Did you receive an email from her?
Yes, for full disclosure, I'm looking at my emails right now, and 7:24 p.m. Is that what you're talking about? Yes.
Yeah, that she just sent it to you, that she's interested. Yeah. So out of wanting to be transparent and fair, so she is tossing her hat in the ring. So if you can forward that email to everyone. To Adele, if you can please go ahead, unmute yourself. You'll take 1 minute or so to just kind of why would you like to serve on the board, etc. And then we'll take public comment / questions as well as board members. So go ahead.
Hi, my name is Adele Slaughter, and I am a longtime resident of Studio City. And I would like to serve on the board because I've been coming to the board meetings for the last, I don't know, couple of years before COVID started. And I've been serving as the sustainability chair on the board, and I've been also serving on the land use committee meeting as a member on the land use committee. And I just think that I bring a lot of experience and enthusiasm and a wealth of different kinds of opinions from the residents of Studio City. And I welcome any questions or any thoughts that you might have.
Great, thanks, Adele. So stakeholders, if you have any questions or comments for Adele, please raise your hand. I see. So we will start with calling user 1. Go ahead.
As one of your board members, Niggerbird is a barred member. of the state of California, he should know under the Brown Act regarding documents available at a meeting for the public. There was a recent court decision, Sarah Watch versus Placer County, regarding that. And I hope you go forward with this. This is going to be an easy Brown Act violation. I'm not going to give you the citations. I gave you the legal opinion in which he should probably look it up, or Alex Steinberg or whatever should look up. Sierra Watch versus Placer County regarding availability of supporting documents for the agenda. What she did doesn't cut it. But go forward. You don't care. Thank you.
Jamie York, go ahead.
I would just like to say that I very much support Adele in her application for this seat. I'm a member of the Reseda Neighborhood Council, and Adele has been very helpful to me in her capacity as an individual with certain CISs that I've been working on in my neighborhood council, like things with the LA Zoo, sustainability focused issues such as the expansion of Fire District 1 going against that, and just in general has helped me when she had no obligation to help me, even though she doesn't live in my neighborhood. She's always been just a really giving and abundant resource for me. And that's something that I deeply appreciate. And I think that she will bring that energy to your community and your board. And I think that that's something to be really valued. So thank you.
Patty Kirby, go ahead.
Well, anybody that has ever worked with Adele knows how hard she works and how fair she is. So I would support her, understanding that it's a lot of work and that she's the type of person that can handle it. Thank you. That's all.
Patrice Berlin, go ahead.
Hi there. I just want to say I totally support Adele. She's so smart and she's been so involved, and I think she would be a huge asset to the board. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Second. And a caller with Mike Bonin recall failure. Go ahead. Caller with the ID, Mike Bonin.
Oh, yes. Celebrating the Mike Bonin recall failure. Yes. So, what do we have here? Do you have the agenda, human? Right here. Oh, we have a new puppet that wants to be part of your puppet board. Yes. Adele Slaughter. Yes, that's right. So, will she be here to help anybody? Nope. Will she be here to act as a puppet and abide by all rules and regulations of Raquel Beltran, her mommy? Absolutely. Yes. Will she obey Randy Fried Chicken, doing business as Randy Fraud? I think so. Yes, I think we have an obedient servant here. Now, you have to know what the pay is. The pay is nothing, but you're going to be working and not getting paid. Now, I'm trying to understand. I know there's one of you here that looks intelligent enough to answer this question. Why do you do these things and use your valuable time on the planet, humans, without getting paid? It makes no sense. That's a form of slavery, isn't it? Do you realize that? They've made you into slaves and you don't even know you're slaves. There's a YouTube video about it. You should see that. It's entitled The Plantation. It's an interesting video where first the slaves are emancipated and then they're told you have two choices between leaders, like Democrats and Republicans, right? But you're working Your labor is worth money. Why isn't the city paying you to do this job? You're listening to a puppet. That's worth $15.35 an hour plus benefits. Oh shit, that's worth 50. Yes, that's right. And again, when you're meeting, that's legislative activities, and that's a volunteer. But when you're preparing,
Your time has expired.
you should be paid.
Are there any board members that have a question or comment for Adele? Kim, go ahead.
Hi, Adele. Well, you are familiar to us. I was curious, I never did learn what your background is. If you please share some of that with us, it'd be great. Thanks.
Where are you? I can't see you. I am a writer, actually. I went to, I mean, do you want to know like where I went to college, which was a very long time ago. I went to University of Maryland, and then I went to Columbia and got an MFA in poetry. I have a book of poetry out. I'm working on a novel at the current time. And I'm really actually quite deeply, deeply interested in environmental issues. And I play a lot of tennis. I have a husband who's wonderful, and I live in Studio City for 27 years. So I love this place. I love Studio City deeply. And I actually had called Randy earlier today and recommended that we create a consortium of different committee. And, listen, I'm going to continue to serve on the sustainability committee no matter what. So, but that we create a consortium of different members from each of the committees: safety, transportation, land use, sustainability, and decide what we want Studio City to look like in the next 5, 10, and even 50 years. And that is something that is really deeply important to me, is what we're going to do with building, what we're going to do with trees, what we're going to do with biology, what we're going to do with infrastructure, and how do we create a Studio City that we all, both business owners, homeowners, and renters alike, want to see here. So that's one of my passions.
Scott Mandel, go ahead.
Hi, Adele. I just have one quick question. This seat's been open for a while. I wish you would have applied when it was first available. I'm just curious as to why you did it now while the meeting was in progress, I guess. That's my only question.
It's a good question, actually. Thanks for the question, Scott. I actually didn't know that it was open. I was reading the agenda going, oh my God, when did this? I didn't. And I've been very, very involved in things like Sunkissed. Last night, I was on 4 different meetings. I was on Hillcrest. I was on Toluca Lake. I was on, Resita's meeting, and I was on another meeting. So I've been doing a lot in terms of what's going on in Studio City, in terms of building, and what's going on in terms of the constructions, things that are happening along the boulevard. I've been very sort of immersed in that in the moment, and it missed my attention. So that's why I didn't. I literally found out tonight and was like, oh shoot, what? So yeah, that's me.
Any other board members with questions or comments? I'll say that both
Julie
of these
has a
people...
question there.
Oh yeah,
Julie
Houlihan, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to give Alexa a chance to speak again, because I feel a little bit awkward in this situation. I think they're both wonderful people. I've seen Alexa on the board meetings last year, and obviously Adele is super involved, and I respect her a lot too. And I feel like it's a hard decision. And now that Adele's gotten a chance to talk for a few minutes, I just wondered if there was anything else that Alexa wanted to say.
Thank you, Julie. Alexa?
Sure. You know, I was impressed with everything that Adele had to say. And I feel you. It does seem like a very difficult decision here. You know, I will continue to dedicate my time and my resources, as I've had for the past 2 years, to this board and to whatever committee that I've determined that needs my help or needs an extra body. I have also worked, you know, with Dean Cutler for many years, both involved in Studio City and outside in business. And so I deeply respect him, and I want to congratulate him for his appointment this evening. And I would just like to say that I will continue to give all of my efforts to this board. I will continue to be involved. And even if I do not get appointed this evening, if my help and my expertise and my resources are needed on some of the committees, I would still likely love to be a part of that. And so I appreciate the seconding of allowing me to speak again, Julie. Thank you.
Abby?
Hi, the question is for both of them. What are you bringing in to make a difference? Apparently what I hear is you're both great, and you've been doing something great for the community, and you've been involved in the board, but what are you bringing in this time?
Sure. Alexa, go ahead. And then Adele.
Sure. What I bring in is my past experience of being on the board for 2 years, understanding how it works, understanding the intricacies of procedure. I bring in a different perspective as an attorney and can wear that attorney hat when needed and leave it be when not. And I was born and raised in Studio City. I've lived in Studio City for 34 years. When it came time for me to move out of my parents' house, I bought in Studio City. And so I feel like I have the knowledge of what Studio City has been when it's been at its peak. I have the knowledge of what Studio City has been when it's been in its lows. And I have seen the developments of the city through the years. I mean, Dean mentioned the sale of the Kitcraft building. I made a mission in 4th grade, and it was displayed in that art store for decades. You know, and I have a love and a passion for Studio City that runs very deep in me. And so that's what I bring. I bring a love of Studio City. I bring a knowledge of its historical operations. I bring a knowledge of being on the board for 2 years and understanding the functionality. And I bring a legal expertise and a legal understanding of the issues that we face as well.
Adele?
So I've been told that comparisons are odious. And I don't think you can compare what I bring to what Alexa brings. I think she is amazing and spectacular. And what is interesting to me, I'm not a lawyer, I'm a writer. And what is interesting to me right now is the sustainability of our planet. What is interesting to me is trees and how do we create a Studio City. And I've been here for 27 years, and I'm a transplant from New York. And this is the longest actually I've lived in any city. And I intend to stay here. And what I'm interested in is how we develop this city and how we, you know, consider both development, sustainability issues, um, infrastructure issues, and how do we want our city to look in 50 years? What are we thinking about? Do we want angry people driving around cursing at each other and ramming into each other in front of Erewhon? How do we want this city to look? And I also have actually worked on the board in the land use committee for a couple of years now with Dean and Lisa Karajian and all the other folks on the land use committee. And one of the things that I actually think I bring to the Studio City that I think is incredibly valuable is new people. The entire sustainability committee is made up of people who have not ever served on the board, who are coming to work for the city, for Studio City. And they're not like all the people who've been around forever. I've got like Chris Trent, who takes photographs of birds, and Susan Schnabel, who takes photographs of insects. And we've had Nurit Katz, who's the UCLA head of sustainability, come and present to us. It's just been a very rich committee with new people to look at some of the issues here in Studio City. So I think, that's what I bring. And you know what? Whether you vote for me or Alexa, and I'm totally, if you want to vote for Alexa, go for it. I think she's awesome. I've seen her at work. She is awesome. I'm going to be here no matter what. So I'm not worried. This is not a competition for me, really. If you want her, get her. If you want me, get me. Either way, you can't go wrong, honestly. She's awesome. I'm awesome. And I won't stop. So thanks.
Thank you.
And I'm going to echo what Adele just said. that I think that you'll both have some pretty incredible people that'll be involved regardless.
As my son's favorite song goes, everything is awesome from the Lego movie. So yes, you're both awesome, and I echo that. I will say, I'll toss in my 2 cents. Both women are highly intelligent and passionate. I will say, though, as well, that one of the challenges of being on the board is that our opinions really aren't, this work, unpaid, as pointed out by a caller, it in many ways is less about our own opinions and more about opinions of stakeholders. Our opinions, of course, play a role because we too are stakeholders. And I think that we have to think about, between the 2 candidates, for those that are familiar, perhaps who has been better at maybe not being clear about what their opinion is and taking the time to maybe echo others' opinions versus being very outspoken. It's important and valuable to be outspoken, but I think it's also valuable sometimes to hear the stakeholders first. So, and echo those points. So with that, we'll take it to a vote. The way this works is, so it looks like we have a total of 14, or now with Dean, 15 board members here. So whoever gets...
Random point of order. Does he have to be sworn in first by Gibson to be a board member, or is there a procedure? Is it just a
Gibson's
vote?
here. So Gibson, do you want to unmute yourself and answer that? Gibson? I see him here.
He's on the panel.
I don't believe he has to be quite honest with you, but
okay.
Gibson, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Hi, everybody. How you guys doing today?
Good. The question, Gibson, is does Dean need to be sworn in before voting since he was just appointed?
I think if you're filling a vacancy seat, the board takes action to for the vacancy, right?
Right. So we just voted Dean in. So now Dean is now a board member. So the next question is, before he votes on any other matters, this non-budget, obviously, is he able to vote, or does he need to be sworn in? That was the question from Brandon.
The sworn in doesn't prevent him from voting on items, but I always like, whenever you're appointed now, I usually just say, just go through the meeting, just be part of the participation, but don't vote on anything until you get all your trainings done.
Don't vote on anything until you get your trainings done. Okay, so then that's the way we'll proceed. So then we have a total of 14 members who can vote. So whoever gets to 8 votes first is the one who will be seated for the residential homeowner seat.
Randall,
we will start.
Can I ask you, since we have 14, do you want to go last as a tiebreaker, or do you want to just go in the natural order with you at number 2? Normally the chair would be a tiebreaker usually if there's a vote and there's even number of
I think just go with the way usually guys do. Don't put on the premise of being a tiebreaker.
Okay.
Very good. Okay, so we'll start. Those in favor of the appointment of Alexa Steinberg to the vacant seat on the residential homeowner, or on behalf of, I should say. Please, we'll take the roll now. So Brandon, go ahead.
Okay. So is this going to be just for? This will be for
just Alexa. Yep.
Just Alexa. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This will be for Alexa Steinberg. Yes or no? Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Ira Gold.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
JJ Hoffman.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Laura Carian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 so far.
So she has a majority.
Okay.
So based on our bylaws, whoever has the majority vote is the one who's appointed. So Alexis Steinberg, you are now seated. And I thank you. I thank you for your time, and I thank Adele for her time, and I look forward to the both of you working together and all of us continuing to working on the issues facing our neighborhood. Moving on to agenda item number 4, public comments on non-agenda items within the board's jurisdiction. Please raise your hands. You'll have 1 minute to speak. And Ira, can you be our timer?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, ready when you are.
Great. We'll start with call-in user number 1. Go ahead. Call-in user 1, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Once again, that Dunn shithead gave you wrong information. I'll give you the citation per Dunn. Per policy number 2014-2, parentheses 1, that individual that was just brought in should be sworn, and then that person could vote. It has 30 days to do that. But that shithead from Dunn doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Yeah, he'll always call me a racist because that's the easiest way to show that he's better than a used car dealer. But this is, once again, he gave you no citations. Mr. Ninnerberg should know about citations, as I've given a citation of Sarah Watts versus Placer regarding access to records, in which I never had access to the records when I arrived to 4024 Radford Avenue to look at the records, and per your agenda, they denied me access. So why?
And that's time. Thank you.
Next, we have Dana Boyd. Go ahead.
Hi there. I am just a person who comes to your town a lot as a neighboring resident, and I am so offended by that call-in user 1 and his language. I just want to go on record to say it is so offensive and vile and a waste of our time as citizens and as you serving as a board. And he does this also in Toluca Lake, and I am absolutely appalled that this can continue. So I just wanted to go on record and complain. I'm appalled. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry Johnson, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to say that the very day County Supervisor Catherine Barger took over Studio City east of Laurel Canyon was the very same day that the Hollywood Bowl parking lot got cleaned up. And I've been driving by there in the months since that happened, and I kept seeing all this garbage still behind the Caltrans fence. I called it in and actually did an online report. And when I was at work this past Friday, I was driving by there, getting on the freeway, and I saw the Caltrans crew in the back of the lot, and they were cleaning up their area between the fence and the freeway. And I pulled in there quickly and found out that, you know, they were finally cleaning this up. So I was so happy over this past weekend to see it finally look clean from sidewalk to freeway, which is.
And that's time. Thank you.
Patrick Parks, go ahead.
Hi, I wanted to talk about the encampment on Fruitland. In specific, I happily was one of these people that loved to hear about the vision and the future of Studio City and hearing about concerns for the environment. That was the privilege I used to have. I no longer have that. I now physically battle drug-fueled lunatics from coming onto my property. Those of you who have not done that cannot empathize with me, and you won't understand what I'm talking about. I used to be in your shoes, and that was nice. I paid the same taxes everybody else does for Studio City. I am getting terrible return in what this council is doing for our street. I expect more, and I hope that people will understand what we're going through over here.
Time. Thank you.
Karen Haas Eisenberg, go ahead.
Hi. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, no, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna echo what Patrick just said. Same thing. I'm living on Fruitland, and the caller before him, that's very happy to see the park and ride cleaned up. I know that is something everybody wanted. That's great. But unfortunately, they are now just across the street and literally in my front yard. And I'm a woman living with 2 daughters. And I've got people peeking in my windows all the time. We've got the LAPD saying they've been defunded. They can't help us. Rahman's office is not responding. That young girl was just killed from UCLA by a homeless person who walked into a furniture store. And it's a very scary situation. And I just really, really want to make sure that you understand how dire it is for us who live here. And that's all. If there's any.
Time. Thank you.
Jamie York, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Council File 20-0963, which is regarding Neighborhood Council election spending. As many of you know, the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment wants $1 million for next year's election. The Reseda Neighborhood Council authored a community impact statement last night that did a deep dive into the spending on the elections last year, and we found a lot of discrepancies that were really disturbing in the way that the contracts were executed, including promoting neighborhood council elections for neighborhood councils that didn't exist, a neighborhood council that wasn't having an election in 2021, and election spending being done after all of the elections had concluded in order to promote neighborhood council elections. So I'm trying to encourage active neighborhood councils to take a look at the work that we did and to think about agendizing this council file in the future, and also in thinking about.
And that's time. Thank you.
Jamie, thank you so much. Actually, the CIS was forwarded to, I believe, to our entire board today. I did read it. I've already spoken to a couple stakeholders. It's deeply concerning. I actually brought it up to our Dunn representative earlier today. And one, thank you for your work on this. And two, our board will definitely be taking a deeper dive and looking at this. Mike Bonning, go ahead.
That's not my goddamn name. What the hell is he calling me fine? I'm not fine. I'm Mike Donna's failed recall, right? Lord, what do you have to do with fried chicken? Yeah, so you heard that Jamie York, she's introduced you with documents, very, very important documents. And we're so glad tonight that all the way from Dunn tonight, we have a Dunn representative tonight. Really? Yes, Gibson Borough is going to tell us what he thinks about these findings, and that his employers go out and give free money away for nobody that does shit but do one tweet. Yes, and Jamie, if you have any information, you can send it to Jamie York at the RNC and CC it to the FBI.
That's time. Thank you.
Send it to the FBI.
Rudy Melendez, go ahead.
Thank you. Randy, there was a video that emerged a few weeks ago about, well, was it with you actually at Sportsman's Lodge and sort of a ribbon cutting ceremony? I'm not sure if that event was promoted by the Studio City Neighborhood Council or if there was any outreach to stakeholders to attend this event, but the optics were somewhat discerning, very concerning. I think it was ill-advised for you to be there. And I think you should answer to it because there are a lot of stakeholders that were disappointed to see you there. Barry, thank you for calling Caltrans and getting that portion of the freeway embankment cleaned up. I noticed it today myself, but just beyond that, in the gully, as you continue towards LA, it's a disaster. Caltrans is certainly not doing enough. We have a homeless encampment in our neighborhood inside the Studio City Neighborhood Council boundary. At Tahunga and Sarah that we've been concerned about for a month.
And that's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy, for your question. I'll just take 30 seconds and say that all of our board was invited to the event. 3 board members did attend. I was asked to say a few words. My words were in welcoming new businesses and new employees. That's the total content of my comments at that event. The neighborhood council did not promote the opening of the Sportsman's Landing because that's a private enterprise and we're not promoting one business over another. But we were all invited. And so to the extent that that disappointed you or any other stakeholder, I'm sorry. At the time, and speaking with other board members who were in attendance, promoting the businesses opening in the face of so many businesses being closed in our community, this was something worth participating and supporting. If you want to discuss it more with me directly, I'm always happy to sit down over a cup of coffee and have a conversation.
I think it would be absurd if you didn't attend.
Adam, yeah, I know, I hear you, thanks. Andrew Epstein or A. Epstein, go ahead. A. Epstein. A, Epstein. One last time, A, Epstein, if you're able to unmute.
Mr. President, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Gibson.
Hey, so I double checked. One of the stakeholders was correct. So the board member, since he's appointed, they just have to make sure they complete within 30 days. So they can definitely vote on non-funding items. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you very much for that correction. And one final time, A, Epstein, if you are able to unmute yourself, please go ahead. Public comment on non-agenda items within the board's jurisdiction. Seeing no further hands is now closed. Moving to agenda item number 5, announcements by government representatives. I see we have Logan Smith. Hold on one second. Let's try this again. A, Epstein.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Go right ahead.
Sorry about that.
For 1 minute. It's okay.
I am a board member of Studio City Beautification, and I don't know if it's an agenda item or not. I just wanted to follow up on a meeting I attended last year in which funds were requested of this board to beautify Vineland. So I just wanted to follow up and ask what's happening with those funds, or maybe it has been discussed and resolved. I don't know.
Sure, I can just tell you quickly that I know Lana, the budget chair, was in touch with Beth Diamond last night. There was concern about signed matching funds from the council office that were originally sent on November 30th of last year. I forwarded that original email with the signed attachment to Beth and Lana. And I know that our treasurer, Kim, has also been looped in. So this is something that we are going to see why from the clerk's office, what has happened, why checks have not been issued. And I'm sorry that this city funding, or that we approved, has not come through to the SCBA in as timely a fashion as I'm sure you would like and we would like. And I think, as I indicated to an email to you, I will follow up with you directly on Monday, even if there is no additional news. We'll continue to follow up on this weekly until this is, we get it funded and we know where everything stands.
Great, thank you,
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
Randy,
Okay.
on that note as well, whatever emails
Yes.
were going through recently, you mentioned last night, today, I didn't get any of that.
Okay, I'll forward it to you. Sure, I will forward you the email that I sent. Okay, so thank you. So we have Logan Smith on behalf of Assemblyman Adrin Nazarian. Logan, if you had any quick announcements you care to make?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. Thank you, Randy. I want to start out real quick by thanking everybody who contributed and helped make our annual holiday toy and food drive a huge success in December. In particular, the Studio City Chamber of Commerce, who contributed towards our goal, several hundred pairs of shoes towards our goal of 1,000 pairs of shoes to donate through LAPD to children in need. And they came through with, I think it was 3 full cars full of shoes. So if you were trying to buy shoes in December and couldn't find any, that's who you should holler at. I'm going to keep my comments primarily focused on what we've touched on a little bit already, homelessness and housing. I want to remind everybody first, if you are able and willing, please go to theycountwillyou.org or call our office this week to ask how you can get involved in the county homeless count. That was postponed. That was supposed to happen at the end of this month. That's happening now, I believe, February 22nd through the 24th. I don't have the exact date and time for the local sites yet, but again, if you give our office a call or you sign up at vacantwillyou.org, you can get that information. It is a great way to help out. It is incredibly vital to making sure that resources are being distributed to address the homelessness and housing problem. And it is perfectly safe. You don't get out of your car. You don't interact with anybody except other volunteers. So if you're thinking about it, you're on the fence, I encourage you, give us a call if you want to learn more. I also want to touch on an update, an area that we've heard about from both Studio City and Toluca Lake residents, the 101, where it crosses over Moore Park. We know that there are encampments that have popped up on both sides of the 101 there. We see them down in the River Wash as well, and that's a 3 jurisdiction area combining county, city, and Caltrans jurisdiction at various points around the properties there, which can make getting coordinated efforts for cleanups out there very difficult. I did meet today with staff from CD2 as well as Supervisor Barger's office to discuss a coordinated effort to get crews out there at some point in the next month. I cannot confirm a date for you yet, but it does look like Caltrans, the county, and CD2 are all on board, so that cleanup should be moving forward at some point in the next month. We've also discussed plans to hopefully use that as a model for joint efforts at other joint jurisdiction areas moving forward, because one of the issues that we've seen and heard from, I believe both here at the neighborhood council and folks in the community, is some of those areas that might be, on one side of the fence, maybe city property, and on the other side, maybe state property. When city services go out there to help connect folks with housing and resources, or they're doing waste or debris cleanup, folks may relocate to the other side of the fence, and now they're not on city, now they're not on the city land, they're on the state land. And that can complicate issues getting those individuals connected to services. It can complicate issues for law enforcement when they are trying to respond to reports of maybe bad activity in the area. And so we're hoping this will be a model moving forward to get more consistent and comprehensive results out of those sites, where we can bring in services across every level of government on the same day, regardless of where somebody's located on a property, and make some stuff happen. We've also discussed the possibility of getting a fixed date that we can do at rotating locations like that, using again that 101 Moore Park location as an example. We know that some of the individuals there, there was a large encampment there at the end of last year. And we know that was many of those individuals were brought into housing or connected to systems. But we know that there's a new encampment there that is growing. Part of the effort here is hoping, maybe we can prevent recurring problem areas from recurring, so to speak. I'm hoping to have more to share about that at next month's meeting. In the meantime, you can always reach me at logan.smith@asm.ca.gov with questions, concerns, or reports of your own. Thank you.
Randy, you're muted.
Could you say your email one more time, Logan?
Yeah, that's logan.smith@asm, like assembly, .ca, like California, .gov, like government.
Great, thanks, Logan. So if you can just stay on the line, what we'll do is we'll hear from all the government reps for their updates real quick, and then we'll have public comment or questions, just so you can take those down, and then we'll do a quick kind of round the horn if people want to respond to the questions. And again, of course, to those stakeholders, Logan is very responsive, and you can always reach out to him directly. Okay, I see George Placencia, welcome to the Studio City Neighborhood Council. So if you want to unmute yourself, introduce yourself.
Great, yeah, thank you, Mr. President. So my name is George Placencia. I'm the new field deputy for Studio City in Council District 4 with Councilmember Nithya Raman. Just a brief background about myself. I did a couple work in on the Hill, working with a congressman, and then that took me to working with California State Assembly in Riverside, where I finished my bachelor's degree at UC Riverside. So if there are any Highlanders out there, we have a special connection already. After that, I worked with LA Family Housing right here at our very own Sportsman's Lodge. I worked at a PRK site there, so it really is full circle for me to be back serving now as a representative for the city. So after, working with LA Family Housing, I'm now here full-time serving the community of Studio City. And so some reports that we have, right now we're still in the listening phase and just hearing mostly through communities and neighbors about some of the most important issues. We're not really taking a position on everything. We're really just trying to make ourselves as well-rounded regarding any concerns. So if you ever want to schedule a conversation with me, please feel free to do so. I've been taking conversations with a lot of key folks already for the these past 2 weeks. And then unfortunately that's got some backlog on my casework as well, but I'm definitely here for the residents, for the neighbors, for the community. Our office is kind of unique in the way it's structured, and where we also have a homelessness teams consisting of a senior homelessness deputy, homelessness deputy, and then district liaison with another homelessness liaison on its way. So we have a whole team dedicated to homelessness and housing unhoused neighbors specifically. So if there ever is a concern regarding the encampments on Fruitland or the 101 underpass, please feel free to message me directly. And me and the homelessness deputy, Stephanie Caradad, are always happy to hop on a conversation with you all to give you updates. She's obviously more informed and can provide a more refined answer as to the status and any updates going on, but I'm always happy to provide any updates that we can do with other departments in the city. So with that, I believe that should be it. I know Logan Smith. Oh, I'm sorry. Touched on the homelessness count. So just wanted to promote that as well. I'm going out there for the date that laws are released in February. I have to double check the dates again, but we're getting all hands on deck from our team. The council members also participating, our homelessness deputy is also participating. We're getting as many CD4 staff out there to be part of this homelessness counts, because it is extremely vital and extremely crucial for our neighborhoods. So that really is it.
Great, thank you so much. If you can stay on the line as well, we have a number of hands raised already for public comment or question. And so I do think it's important that you hear from our stakeholders. So
That's
starting first with Jason Maruka. I hope I pronounced that okay. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, Randy. Actually, I'm a field deputy with Los Angeles County Supervisor Catherine Barger's office. I was hoping to jump in here.
Of course. Yes, please. And also to you, welcome to Studio City Neighborhood Council, and go right ahead.
No problem. Happened in the county on December 16th. Our maps take effect immediately. So the supervisor has it's about half of Studio City right now. So I wanted to come out and introduce myself and introduce the supervisor, and just kind of quickly talk about a couple important issues to the supervisor, to introduce her to your council. So first, if you know anything about the supervisor, she's a passionate advocate for mental health. And she has two priorities, which kind of fit into some of the discussion that's already happened today. Number one, she wants to increase bed capacity across the county, and then look at removing state restrictions that limit our ability to care for our most vulnerable. From a bed capacity standpoint, Dr. Sharon, who's the head of Department of Mental Health, says the county needs about 4,000 more mental health beds. The solution to this is advocating at the federal level for an IMD waiver. This law prohibits counties from receiving Medicaid reimbursements for healthcare facilities that have 16 beds. As an example, I'm going to extend this invitation to the board, but the supervisor, we just recently completed a restorative care village at Olive View, and we built 5 buildings that all have 16 beds to comply with that that funding requirement from the federal government. So it really hamstrings our ability to get more mental health beds into the system and to provide the care that we need. Next, just with vulnerable care, we want to make sure that we can provide services to those who can't make decisions for themselves. The supervisor at the state level has advocated for gravely disabled legislation that would allow responders to provide life-saving health care. Last year, over 1,000 people who were living on the street died there. The supervisor wants to make sure that we're addressing that in a way that we can stop that. Next, homelessness. Obviously, it's a concern across the county. We've heard about it here. The county's made a huge investment through Measure H. And the supervisor wants to make sure that those investments and that the services that we're providing are the best possible. So one of the things that she's done is called for the Blue Ribbon Commission on Homelessness to really try to drill down on where those resources are going and making sure they're equitably distributed across the county. So we'll hear more from them in the near future, and we're hopeful we'll make some reforms that will increase the effectiveness of the system. And then finally, just the last issue is foster children. The supervisor has worked in this area for a number of years. This was going to be her priority as the board chair in 2020, although a little pandemic kind of threw a wrench in that. But with foster chair, the supervisor wants to focus on low income and minority families that slip through the cracks. These are the most vulnerable in our county. From a solution standpoint, the supervisor looks to do two things. Number one, make sure that we have child safety protocols. And then second, making sure that we're coming up with solutions that prevent children from ending up in our other systems, such as the criminal justice system, the homeless system, and the mental health system. So want to make sure that our foster care is working. Just real quick, my email is jmaruca@bos.lacounty.gov. I'll send this over after the meeting to make sure all the board members have it. And we have a field office that you can give us a call at 818-993-5170. And obviously, if you want to sign up for our newsletter, you can go to our website. Thank you for the time. I was trying to keep that as short as possible. I know you guys have a long meeting. So thank you for the introduction.
Jason, thank you so much. And we welcome our new county supervisor. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions. So we have a number of hands up. So if you as well can just hang on the line and hear from our stakeholders, that'd be great. And once we have your email, we'll put that on our website, and we'll blast that out so people have it. So with that, we'll start with public comment for our government representatives.
1 minute, Randy. How long?
Yeah. Yes. Thanks, Ira. 1 minute. So we'll start in with call-in user number 1. Go ahead.
Mr. President, for clarification, did the Dunn representative give a comment?
Yes, he said that you were correct, and he amended his comments that Mr. Cutler is able to vote.
Oh, that's right. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Nazarian, the deputy, I wish to thank you very much for your assistance, even though that you couldn't bring it to fruition. A conservative Republican actually appreciates your try, and in my book, you're a winner. So thank you very much. And as to that 25-year-old young lady that said that I attend Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council, never been to it before. And if she doesn't like my fucking language, tough shit. Thank you.
Next, we have Barry. Go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to thank Logan for getting the various government entities on the same page. So often entities like that never talk to each other. And I also was going to say the Caltrans people I ran into on Friday told me they were looking at cleaning up both sides of the 101 between the 134, 170, 101 interchange and Lankershim. So there's hope. And also just wanted to say, keep in mind the underpass under Moore Park and under Tahunga, Colfax, and Laurel Canyon. Those are all now solely CD2. Witsit is shared by CD2 and CD4, and Coldwater is all CD4. So the ones we've been talking about tonight are in CD2, and Moore Park is now solely in CD2. It was previously split. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. I just want to say real briefly, actually, the folks over at CD2 did the legwork to bring everybody to the table on that one, just so credit where credit is due.
Thank you, Logan. Patrick Parks, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to have a discussion with George. I had reached out to him at the early stages of the Fruitland encampment. He had passed me along to Mehmet, saying that he was going to pick this up. I had spoken with Mehmet about 3 weeks ago about what had been occurring. Since then, obviously, there's been a lot of up and down with this encampment. Police and fire department have probably been out about 30 to 40 times, including 3 times the police have been here in the last 24 hours, none of which had anything to do with me calling. It's other things occurring within the neighborhood that others are. I think, and I'm disappointed at Nithya Raman's policies. They're obviously ignorantly not working. If she wants to fall on a knife, that's her own stupidity. But I hope everybody else in this meeting can recognize these are failed concepts that are not working. We need to reverse course and recognize what's going on. Ignorance is not bliss.
It's time. Thank you.
Karen Haas Eisenberg. Go ahead.
Hi. So Jason, with the supervisor's office, are you still there?
He is. He's there. Yes.
Okay. Well, the thing with the Fruitland encampment that's really interesting is that we're being told that the county cleared the park and ride and moved everybody across. Well, the people who didn't want help came across the street, which is now city. So now that's Rahman's office, which is like, as soon as they cleared it, we got a new representative across the street. So now we've got the county and LAPD going back and forth, blaming each other, and literally nobody helping any of the neighborhood or the residents. And I don't know who to contact or who to reach out to. So does anybody have anything that could help me with that?
Karen, we're gonna hear the other comments, but I am gonna do my best to hold George Placencia to give you some concrete information, because I think you deserve it. So I don't even know how to speak to that situation on Fruitland, because I have watched it and seen it and very concerned. So actually, Jorge, go ahead and speak to that. Actually, if you want to do that now, actually.
So that is now on city, so that would fall under our jurisdiction. Right now, our homelessness team met with the individuals there. All of them are interested in housing. So right now, we're waiting for beds to open up to keep them indoors with the path to permanent housing. So again, me and Mehmet, we work closely. We're interchangeable. So if you can't get a hold of him, you can get a hold of me. But we all work the same. We all have the same goals. So again, if I didn't share my email, it's George, Jorge. Placencia, PLASCEN as in Nancy, CIA at lacity.org.
Hey, George, just to follow up, because I have a question. I understand, there is the challenge of of waiting for a bed to come through. If there are so many drug addicts, as it would seem, most housing or shelter space, or like Tiny Shelter with Hope of the Valley, and they don't allow drug use, I'm a little bit perplexed, and it just seems like there's got to be some better way than allowing this to just kind of exist. And allowing people that are dying and ODing on the street, to say nothing of what the havoc it's causing in the neighborhood for those that are living on the street and trying to raise their families. Can you give a phone number for your office as well, so people can have it, so they can call the council member's office?
Definitely. So the phone number is going to be 213-473-7004.
Can you also repeat your email address, please, Jorge? Your
Of
email
course.
address?
So it's JORGE.PLASCEN as in Nancy, CIA @lacity.org.
And my last question is, a stakeholder said that this issue specifically relating to Fruitland was passed on to Mehmet, who I believe is even listed as a transportation aide, at least on CD4 council staff website. So is Mehmet also now handling issues of homelessness? And if you can speak to Patrick saying that they have received no response in 3 weeks.
Definitely. So right now, the way our office kind of divides the map between field deputies is it's right on the border between me and Mehmet. So he does take some of the calls because he does have a lighter casework. But even so, it is in Studio City, and I recognize that it is part of my responsibility as well. So every week we meet, we talk about the same issues, we have the same updates. So he might be more flexible in taking calls and emails, but like I said, if you want to talk to me specifically, then I always keep my schedule open to have those conversations with our homelessness deputy as well.
And then I believe there's a deputy and a senior deputy for Council Member Rahman's office as it relates to issues of homelessness.
Yes, and I can share their email as well.
That'd be great. Thanks.
So the homelessness deputy is going to be Stephanie Caradad. You can reach her via email at Stephanie, STEPHAN as in Nancy, IE, .Caradad, Caradad spelled CARIDAD @lacity.org. And so Stephanie, she mainly works with constituents and neighborhood, and she kind of fields those kind of questions and provides those updates. Our senior homelessness deputy works more on the legislative policy end, so she usually defers to Stephanie whenever we communicate with any concerned neighbors. But Stephanie's email address is, Sarah's email address as our senior homelessness deputy is Sarah, spelled SARAH, .Tanberg, spelled TAN as in Nancy, BERG @lacity.org.
Thank you so much, George. I appreciate it. Sorry for hijacking the public comment and questions. Mike Bonin, recall failure. Go ahead.
I'm really surprised. My God, Randy Fried Chicken doing good work. I'm amazed. Have you ever seen this, Jorge? You can't believe this. This guy's usually an asshole. Yeah, so, as you know, Catherine Barger, there are 3 things you need to know, and Scott knows. She's a Republican. Oh my God! Yes, she also smokes cigarettes. Oh no! Oh no! Yes, and her brother-in-law was the Trump appointee to the chair of USPS that tried to make it private and delayed all your mail. She's your mortal enemy. Yes, Gibson knows that too. That's why he's scratching his hair. And yet you're accepting gifts? You're accepting gifts from this terrible woman? So call 213-974-5555.
And that's time. Thank you.
Tell him Goat Puppet sent you.
Rudy Melendez, go ahead.
Thank you. I find it very interesting that through the redistricting process, all of our levels of government have just essentially shuffled the deck. It's an election year. Logan and Adrian Nazarian's office seems to have taken a really deep concern about this encampment all of a sudden. Now that Adrian Nazarian is up for re-election and his challenger is going to be Laura Friedman, another popular Democrat. So, it's really tells a lot. It's also worth pointing out that, as much as I love this neighborhood council, you guys weren't there when redistricting was happening, and now we have a communist for a city councilor. Paul Krikorian left Studio City in tatters, and it's just shameful what he's done, running away, moving away, and leaving us carrying the bags. I'm glad Catherine Barger is here now, but she's had a full term to make more beds available, so she needs to be doing more for homeless services.
That's time. Thank you.
Brandon, go ahead.
I don't have a comment. I'm just waiting to do my report. So whenever that's
Okay, yep,
me.
sure. You got it. Actually, go ahead. Brandon Pender is our NC budget advocate. Take it away.
Hold on here. This is Brandon Pender. I'm your budget advocate, one of your budget advocates for Region 4. And I'd like to give you the obligatory information and contact information. You can go to our website at budgetadvocates.org or budgetadvocates with an S, .org. There you can go there and peruse through the website to see what we do and the progress that we're having right now. We're still working on our white paper. I'd like to also remind you to save the date for Saturday, August 21st, which is a budget day. That'll be at 9:30 a.m. It's unfortunately, again, it's going to be a virtual budget day, but you can, the time will come up, I think about maybe 2 more months before the actual date where there'll be a registration notice. And of course, I'll be reporting to you at that particular time to give you the link for that. I'd like to give you also another a date that we're having, which is going to be here this month, January 29th. We're going to have a town hall. That town hall will be a town hall that is going to include a discussion and a Q&A with the Dunn general manager, Raquel Beltrain, and we're going to be discussing with her the Dunn budget. And so we're putting together questions right now for that. You can go to that. I sent a list out to the president to send it to the rest of the board, but you can also link onto that a link to you won't be able to really participate, but you can listen in. And also it might be something where they might be taking other questions outside of what we're going to be doing, but at least you can be there and watch the transparency going on with our body as we're going to be grilling the Dunn general manager there. And we're going to be basically asking some very pertinent and very involved questions on that. Now, also, at the same time that I would like to remind you that the budget advocates, we're pretty much really the true body that represents you as a neighborhood council, versus you have other elected representatives who in the area kind of does it in a direct way, and then you have the different CDs and stuff like that. But we basically concentrate on representing the neighborhood councils in our area. So the budget advocates are an elected, all volunteer, independent advisory body charged with making constructive recommendations to the city's budget and to the mayor and the city council, aspiring city departments to improve their operations. The budget advocates also solicit stakeholders' input on city services, inform Angelinos on city fiscal management, and report the city's progress. You can see our mission statement there. I'm just going to give you key words on a mission statement, which is engage, encourage, advocate, and bring transparency. So at the same time that we're having this discussion, this is going to be something that's going to culminate to our white paper, which will be out in, I guess, believe it, in about a couple of months. That we'll be delivering it to the mayor, and at that same time, we're going to probably have a sit-down discussion after the mayor has got a chance to read our recommendations, and also we're going to disseminate the white paper out to the different neighborhood councils for your input, and so I hope that everybody will be engaged into that. Also, at the same time, when we have Budget Day on August 21st, we're going to be having elections for new budget advocates in the different regions. So and I encourage people that are budget reps to engage into that and to get involved in that. And at that extent, I don't know exactly how much time I really have, but I don't want to go over and be caught in the middle. So I'll just I'll yield the microphone.
Thank you, Brandon. I think we should put you on next month's agenda, perhaps to speak more if the white paper is out. I think that there'll be public interest in that, as well as perhaps board questions from the email you sent today. But in recognition, unfortunately, due to a very long agenda, it already being 8:45, we are.
Can I say something real quick? It'll take a minute. This has to do with a former member of the Studio City Neighborhood Council and someone who was a committee member when I was on the board there. This is Mr. Richard Adams. We all give our condolences to his family and stuff like that. Rich and I were not particularly friends, but I have no doubt that he cared about his community and cared about Studio City, and he spent dozens, if not tens of dozens of hours giving his free time in committees and stuff like that. So he was somewhat of a very colorful personality, but still, I give him credit because he did care about his community, and he basically really cared and it was engaged. So we're going to miss that type of person who had that much dedication, whether you agree with him or not. And so I just wanted to say that.
Great, thank you very much, Brandon.
And if I may, Randy, add, and a very proud veteran, Richard Adams was.
Yes, he was indeed. With that, if we can, thank you, Brandon, for that budget update. With that, if we can go to any board comments or questions for government representatives. I see one hand up. Mr. Marino, go right ahead.
Questions for Gibson. Let's just have a clarification here. I don't see Alexa here. She might have dropped off. I think she was having issues. She mentioned earlier that something was going on, but Dina's here. You mentioned if they're sworn in, they can vote, but on non-budget items until they complete all of their training, correct? And if that's the case, should we swear Dean in right now so we can vote on non-budget items? Gibson? No.
But he would have to take the certificate tests.
He has 30 days. He has 30 days.
He has 30 days to do that.
But I think Gibson was mentioning.
He gets sworn in. He has to be sworn in by a done representative or your current representative.
Go ahead, Gibson.
I had done the rest of them. Apologize for that.
Go ahead. So the question on the table is, could you please swear Dean in now so we can participate in non-budget voting? Or
there we go. Give me a second. I'm going to just share my screen real quick.
Sure. Oh, sure. 1 second. Go ahead, try sharing your screen now.
You see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to enlarge it a little bit. So repeat after me. I pledge to represent my neighborhood with dignity, integrity, and pride.
Pledge to represent my neighborhood with dignity, integrity, and pride.
I will encourage other points of view even when they differ from my own.
I will encourage other points of view even when they differ from my own.
I will respect, value, and consider everyone's opinion.
I will respect, value, and consider everyone's opinion.
I will find the good in my neighborhood, praise it, and promote it.
I will find the good in my neighborhood, praise it, and promote it.
To my neighbors and to neighborhoods throughout the city of Los Angeles.
To my neighbors and to neighbors throughout the city of Los Angeles.
I pledge to do this to the best of my ability.
I pledge to do this to the best of my ability.
Congratulations. Welcome to this board.
Thank you very much, all.
Thank you again, Dean. Okay, moving right along, we have comment from Jeff. Go ahead. Jeff? Jeff, you're muted, unfortunately. Jeff, you're still muted.
Sorry about that. I guess I'll have to repeat what I just said. Logan, I just want to touch base about the Coldwater underpass. The Chevron station right there at the off ramp, it hasn't been cleaned up in many months. And I think I may have mentioned this to you last time you appeared before the board about 2 months ago. So is there anything you can do to light the fire under Caltrans to get that cleaned up? I mean, now there's almost like a permanent structure there the last time I saw it. Also, for George, today my son walked home from school, was going down Coldwater by the underpass. He couldn't go down the sidewalk on the east side because it's completely blocked, which violates the Americans with Disabilities Act and 4118. He went on the other side and people were hitting the crack of the meth pipe right in front of them in full public view. So something really needs to be done with Coldwater. And I know Council Member Rahman has not designated any areas under 4118 as special enforcement zones. Can you tell us tonight why that's the case? Thank you.
Sure, go ahead. So let's take a note of that question, George, and Scott Mandel, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll try to be really fast. For Jason and George, can someone clarify how many people from the park and ride were housed or sheltered or offered service and how many people refused? There's a bit of a contention going on with conflicting numbers ranging from 0 to a dozen. And hopefully you guys can clarify that. Also for Logan, I realize Caltrans can't fence the entire freeway system, but there are some choke points in Studio City where people are accessing the fences. They've been cut and broken, and it's sort of a highway there. Are there any plans to put in some reinforced fencing to close those areas off, especially when they're bordering homes? And Patrick and Karen, please email me. I have some information for you if you're still on the call. I'm smandel at studiocitync.org, smandel at studiocitync.org. And about Coldwater, Stephanie in Nithia's office did a mini town hall that I happened to stumble upon regarding that. And maybe if George can share that and post a link to the recording, I think it'll shed some light as to what's happening with the encampment there. Thanks.
And Ira.
Thank you. So yes, all the government reps are here. I want to voice some constructive frustration and also tell the stakeholders who have voiced their frustrations. Look, there's obviously a whole bunch of bureaucracy, a whole bunch of red tape that goes on in government, even at the level of the neighborhood council. So I can only imagine what you're facing, but you guys, you're our foot soldiers, right? So you're the community's foot soldiers. You're the ones that actually can get things done. There has to be some way where some way through this red tape where you can designate a specific zone in emergency. I mean, if you have, let's just take the Fruitland encampment, for example. If there are that many calls to the, excuse me, to the police, if there are that many justified incidents of stakeholders being afraid, that means that the unhoused stakeholders must not be enjoying that time there either. It's a powder keg. And now that it's been brought by the stakeholders to the Studio City Neighborhood Council, to your offices, who's going to end up being liable when something happens because we're waiting to research what's happening in that area, what can be done. So while the different entities are researching and the stakeholders and the unhoused are waiting on what can be done, other things are happening that something could happen. Somebody could get very, very hurt. Who's going to take responsibility for that? So look, we have a lot of unhoused stakeholders that don't have, we don't hear a lot from them. Maybe it's because of access or whatnot. So what I do hear a lot of is from the housed stakeholders, and obviously there's a big situation happening there. So as the foot soldiers, as the people in our government who actually can get things done, could you please look into things, into making certain areas an emergency situation as opposed to just waiting and allowing all these other things to happen? Thank you.
Okay. So any government reps want to take 1 minute to respond? George, there were a handful of questions to you, so if you'd like to respond first.
Yeah, I would be happy to respond first. So I guess the first question I address is if Councilmember Rahman has designated any 4118 resolutions to specific locations. As you may already know, Councilmember was one of two opposing votes to not vote on the motion for 4118 special enforcement. And the reason that is because we don't believe in our office. Our whole motto is just intensive outreach and ensuring that those folks are maintaining with caseworkers. And as many of you know, if folks are moved from one place to another, they lose contact with the caseworker who regularly do visits, who offer them mental health services every time they go, who offer them, different services. And if they lose that connection, then they have to start that process all over. If a caseworker doesn't have continuous communication for 90 days, then they have to restart the process, restart, the whole cycle, and it just continues to perpetuate the cycle. Instead, what we've done in our office is we've introduced motions to fund homeless outreach providers to start a multidisciplinary team to get those folks actually out there and provide them interim housing with a path to permanent housing, which has been proven time and time again to actually work within the city. And that's why Councilmember Rahman doesn't have any 4118 locations, is because we don't believe in necessarily having locations where people are not are forbidden to be in. We do take some areas really specific in having that ADA compliance to make sure that your son is able to walk as safely within the streets, and we don't want to prevent, we don't want to have like any injuries within the city. So unfortunately, we don't have 24-hour ADA compliance task force to make sure that those places are. And whenever we do provide outreach, whenever we do have care spot cleanups, we go out there and we educate the folks that it has to be 3 feet of walkable passageway for anybody who needs it. And I think that's something that we're very proud to doing, and we'll continue doing week after week after week. So that's as much as I can I hope to provide. But again, if there's any specific questions, again, our Stephanie is a great resource. I don't have the link, unfortunately. Send me an email and then I'll connect you with Stephanie, who maybe it'll provide you that live recording. But my hope here as a field deputy is to hear your concerns, and then I can dispatch it appropriately to the right homelessness team within our office who handles that specifically, since there is such a huge crisis.
Was there any other comments? I know there was a question, I think, Logan, if you're still there, as it relates to fencing, or whether that was for Yeah, for Logan. Logan, you still there? Actually, it looks
And the
like he
Chevron
dropped.
question.
And the looks like Logan dropped off. I see more public comments. I will say that we are fully intending. Councilmember Rahman has indicated an interest in coming to our board meeting for 30 minutes next month. I actually have to respond to that email, which I'll do after this meeting, whatever time that is, because I actually want to ask for more time and maybe a town hall. George, I will tell you, and I hope that the council member really hears the concerns. Can you clarify though that it is council member Rahman's philosophy in terms of outreach that what you do is you just keep going to someone and offering help, and then eventually, I guess you hopefully warn them down, build up a relationship, they get tired of being on the streets, and it's wholly on that person to move or accept help. Is that correct?
No, because it's not up to them at times. You know, they definitely want to be indoors, but our philosophy is maintaining that relationship with their caseworkers to ensure that where they're going, you know, is a place where they want to be. So it has to do a lot with them as well, but it has to do with us, you know, ensuring that we have that temporary housing, and beyond that, we have the permanent affordable housing for them as well.
And just to be clear, you indicated that the 12 people that are on Fruitland, all of them want housing based on your outreach workers. I just want to make sure that that is the case, because we have outreach workers, and I've heard from others that the people that actually didn't accept assistance, this goes to Scott Mandel's question for clarification, is that those that moved to Fruitland were actually people that refused help at the time when the park and ride lot was cleared. So I just want to, you know, so I think you can understand the frustration and legitimate concerns, I think, in terms of public safety, you know, of those living with this day in and day out. So I just want to be clear. You're saying that all of these people, so the information we've had up until now, or perhaps these people changed their mind, you're saying they all want housing.
Yes, that's you know what we know. And if there are specific cases where you know, somebody expressed that they don't want housing at a specific location, we work with the caseworkers to find out why that is, and if it's because maybe they have somebody who might hurt them at that shelter location for any needs, then we try to offer them housing somewhere else. But we want to make sure that they're indoors and that they have a path towards housing permanently.
And does the council member have any opinion as it relates to LPS, which is a state policy?
I'm sorry, do you mind clarifying a bit further what LPS
Sure.
meant?
So the Lanterman-Petra Short Act is what regulates the state's ability to, you know, for a 5150 psychiatric hold if someone's deemed a threat to themselves or someone else, which that law was from 1967, hasn't really been updated since. Each county interprets it, each jurisdiction kind of interprets it the way that they feel is appropriate. So there's a lot of gray area. Because I guess my biggest thing is that based on a UCLA study, even loss of zone numbers, we know that 2/3 of those that are unhoused are mentally ill and or drug addicted. And so I just wonder that when someone's building a relationship with someone who potentially has lost kind of self-efficacy, you know, is that really the best way to bring them help, to help them in their situation and also help the greater community, which they're a part of?
Definitely. So I'm sorry if I can't fully capture, you know, Councilmember Rahman's specific policy on this, but what I can touch on is that a lot of the mental health resources is completely voluntary and completely up to the unhoused stakeholder to ensure that, you know, if they want to be able to provide those resources and to accept them, that would be on their behalf. And so our office, what we can do is just always connect them with outreach workers to make sure that they're provided that person to advocate on their behalf. And what I'm doing is trying to advocate on your behalf and expressing solely your frustrations to the council member to make sure it's heard. And it is heard to provide some clarity that we are aware of it. We know it's urgent. And we ask for your patience in these times during the pandemic, during these housing crises. We really just ask for your patience and understanding. So thank you.
Thanks. So I'll just, I think I see hands up, and I'll just, we'll leave it at that because we do have a long agenda. And I will tell you, George, that I appreciate your willingness to come and be in dialogue. But I will also say that platitudes about being patient and that the community, that the stakeholders need to be just kind of wait a little longer as the quote unquote what you know works, wait for it to work, really is not a soothing balm or answer, I think, to most stakeholders. We've been watching this for over 20 years and getting progressively worse, and constantly the refrain is we're working on it and it'll get better. But I appreciate you being here, and I look forward to hopefully our body working with your office to help improve the community. I do want to move on. I apologize. I see one hand up for board member Kim. I encourage you to reach out directly to George. Moving to agenda item number 6, we have treasurer's report.
Thank you. Randy, I do want to applaud you as well for your diplomatic way to approach all of it. I took my hand down. I think a town hall meeting would be terrific at some point. Clearly, this is a very, very important topic to many and upsetting. So I don't know if I would have held my tongue as well as you did. I was trying though to gather my thoughts in a very kind way. So I applaud you. So all right, moving on to the treasurer's report. Coming up in the next, I'd like to regularly give you more in-depth reports too of exactly how much money we've spent, what we're looking at, what we might have earmarked, but still smoothing out a few things. There are a couple things in the air right now that I am working on trying to get taken care of past matters. But other than that, though, we are unfrozen. We are mostly up to date. But there has been, as you know, fallout from things that did not get put through in the last fiscal year. So the new board is dealing with some backlog. Anyway, so with that, I'll just go to the first motion, talking about the backlog. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves the Web Corner invoice number 21326 for May, June 2020. So this is outstanding from prior fiscal year.
Great. So we open public comment on agenda item 6A. Please raise your hand if you have any public comment regarding this agenda item.
Would you like me to share this, Randy?
Do we have to second it?
It's
a motion.
Yes, actually.
I'll second.
Sure.
I'll
Thank
second
you. Brandon, second. And public comment by calling user number 1. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think this is a racist invoice, according to Ramen Noodles Deputy. I think we need to be patient and make sure the unhoused has complete and unfettered access to this invoice and the monies and everything. And you should be very patient and so forth. And also, that 25-year-old lady needs to apologize to me about the Toluca Lake and me going to the NC over there. Never been over there. Thank you.
Randy, would you like me to share the invoice on the screen or no?
Sure. We have Karen Haas Eisenberg. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, I'm sorry. I was still with my hand up for the Fruitland situation.
Yes.
So, yeah, I guess you've moved on, but as far as what George had to say, we're in a residential area. Like these people are in my front yard. This is not like they're under an underpass or they're back at the park and ride. Like I am literally dealing with people creeping up to my window all the time. Cops here 24/7. Just drug activity. I'm up high so I can see what they're doing. And they're not just people who want beds. I've talked to them and they want to smoke crack in the street. And that's what they want to do. They're not looking for help. So the excuses from Rahman's office are just really annoying me. Like we need help. So, you know, they're not just under
That's
the freeway
time. Thank
like
you.
trying to look.
Thank you. Mike Bonin, recall failure. Go ahead.
Yes, and thank you under the Brown Act for reopening the prior item. What do you mean? Well, they just let the other woman on this item speak about anything she wants. So, what is the problem? What is the problem? Why are there so many homeless and how do we stop it? Goat Puppet has a solution. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to vote Republican. I'm going to vote Republican. I'm going to vote Republican. Sing along. I'm going to vote Republican. Oh, I don't see nobody applauding. Oh, you haven't learned your lesson yet. Okay. Well, let's try another one. Catherine Barger gets rid of your homeless problem. She's a Republican. Nithya Ramanoodle doesn't get rid of your problem and bullshit.
That's time. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no hands or visually or hearing no one regarding agenda item 6A, I move this item to a vote. Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, really quick, Laura, you can't vote on any budget items. You can vote on everything else per your training. So I'm gonna have you marked as recused on here. So we'll go to a vote. This is for 6A. Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Ira Gold.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Me, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
No.
Adam Summer.
Sorry, yes. I might have muted. I'm sorry.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, moving to agenda item 6B.
Great. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood, motion, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves the monthly expenditure report for November 2021. Can I get a second?
Second. Public comment on agenda item 6B. Call in user 1, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Under the adopted budget for outreach, I think you need to give all the money to Ramen Noodle so she can help those criminals on Coldwater. It's very important that happens. Who gives a shit if a person with a wheelchair doesn't have access? I suspect they could go do whatever else. Also, as part of this outreach, we should put out urinals on people's lawns and the trees so that people could urinate and recycle their water. I think that'd be a great thing to do. Studio City, all yellow. How do you like that? Yellow me, yellow you for the trees. So I think that should be added to the budget thing to put urinals where the trees are so we could recycle the water because of all these droughts. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mike Bonin, recall failure, go ahead.
Yes, what a great idea. Oh my God. Let's give the money to Nithya Ramen Noodle doing business as Nithya. Oh, she'll help you out. And I think what we also need, folks, and you forgot about it, what about needle receptacles underneath the freeway passes? Oh, that's a good idea. Yes, nothing better than helping our homeless friends shoot up and recycle needles responsibly. And also what we need are heaters. Have you ever thought of how cold it is out there? Don't you want your homeless neighbors to be warm? I recommend that we put underpass heaters so we can heat and make everything nice and comfortable for them. Because apparently they're going to be there till 2024. Do you dumb fucking assholes recall her from office? Voting.
That's time. Thank you.
Voting Democrat. What an illness.
That was time. Thank you.
Karen Haas Eisenberg, go ahead.
Does anybody know the 4118 ordinance for like the anti-camping law that was passed, but Rahman voted against? Does anybody know how that gets enforced, and if her office is unwilling to help us with that? Like, is there someone above her that we can email or go to? I mean, it was passed.
Yeah, Karen, certainly a fair question. Unfortunately, we're taking public comment as it relates to agenda item 6B. If you send me an email, rfried, F-R-I-E-D.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard that goat guy and I got lost.
No, I understand. So rfried, F-R-I-E-D, at studiocitync.org, and I'm happy to follow up with you directly.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Seeing no board hands and hearing no voices, if let's move 6B to a vote.
Okay, that's for 6B. Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Ira Gold.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Moreno, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
6C.
Okay, finally, motion, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves the monthly expenditure report for December 2021.
Public comment on agenda item 6C. Calling user 1, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You got to tell that youth board member, Karen Sorrow, that, you know, because she's young, she's dealing with an adult world. I don't appreciate her trying to talk off topic. You need to sit down with her to explain how the real world works and to tell her to get out, you know, when she graduates high school, that the real world is much different. I'm just tired of her just trying to do her bubble gumming and trying to show that because she's young, that she could do whatever she wants. She has to stick to the agenda topics. Thank you.
A point of order, Randall. Did someone second that 6C? If not, I will.
Sure, great. Congratulations, okay. You did.
Thank you, Brandon.
Let's take motion 6C to a vote, please.
Okay, this is for 6C. Let me write my name down here. 6C, Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Ira Gold.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Moreno, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you very much. Moving along to agenda item number 7. It's a motion being brought forward by our Vice President. It's been a question that was in the past. We actually previously approved for the use of business cards. The motion reads, as the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves of the design and printing of individual business cards for board members. You can see the sample on your screen at a cost of $35 per 250 cards, plus a setup fee of $12.50 per name. Services provided by New Color, a Studio City printer. The motion is being brought by Scott Mandel. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hartwick. And we now have public comment on agenda item number 7. Calling user 1, go ahead. Calling user 1.
Yeah, this is Barry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I speak?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I like the business card sample. I would like to know, could you put something about ADA on here, just in case if, say, a goat puppet is needed for an ADA issue, if you could maybe do something like that? And also, is it going to say use seat on here too? Because according to that Miss Sorrow, she might need some help with that, because she was a little sassy last time. You know, that youth seat member, Karen Sorrow. So she needs to probably identify an ADA goat puppet issue. And also maybe put a Nithya and ramen noodle on here too. That should clutter up shit. Thank you very much.
Microphone and recall failure, go ahead.
Yes, but the design is wrong. It needs to be updated. It needs to have in the middle a picture of a tent. And to the left, a little tiny goat. And then to the right, a picture of Nithya taking more homeless people and driving them underneath Coldwater Canyon in the 101 underpass. Yes, this is the 2022 Studio City NC that we know. That picture that Scott's doing, that's something from the 1950s. No, we want a more updated card. And most of all, and more importantly, can you make it out of recyclable materials, maybe out of hemp? That way, when you hand them out to the homeless, they can roll it up and use the card as a bud. Another good use, brought to you by Goat Puppet. That's a damn good idea. Goat Puppet, promoting the rights of the homeless and animals.
That's time, thank you.
Barry, go ahead.
Yes, the last time we did this several years ago under John Walker, I remember that 3 estimates were obtained. And to me, this seems quite high for only 250 cards and a setup fee. I'm just wondering if we got estimates from 3 total places, because I don't know that New Color is necessarily the cheapest place we can do this in Studio City. And the last thing I just was going to say is the last time we did this, it was business cards for board members and committee chairs. Thank you.
Seeing no more hands for public comment on agenda item number 7, public comment is now closed. Richard Niedenberg, go ahead. Richard, you're muted.
Let's say, yeah, in the past, maybe several years in the past, there's been this abuse of people using these cards for purposes they're not supposed to use it for. I'm sure that would never happen with this council, but it has happened before. And I guess we should use a Studio City-based vendor. I'm not sure if New Color is the most economical, but we should definitely use some Studio City vendor, just so the cards don't get abused. Thank you.
Kim Clements.
I think it's a great idea. In fact, I mean, I thought it was standard from what Barry said. They did it some years ago. I did question the cost as well. And wondered, yes, if it was shopped around to a couple people or if New Color is just the one that did it last. I'd want to know as well, is that a one-time setup fee of $12.50 per name and then 35 for if you got cards done a second time, another set would just be 35 and not the $12.50. But my quick math, if it's all board members and committee chairpersons, we're looking at around 1,000 or so, which just to let people know too, that especially with office stuff, and because we had some outstanding bills, like the recent one for 400 and another one for 12 or 1,700 for Walking Man from last year, I'm gonna have to meet with the budget committee and redo some budget stuff there. So just to let you know, if we go ahead and pass this, I think we're gonna have to free up some funds. It's not
Lisa,
a
go
problem,
ahead.
just need to rejigger. Sorry.
I also wanted to say that we should have the opportunity to opt out of business cards individually, should we want to. Because I do not need business cards. I have some from years past. So if anyone else doesn't need them, doesn't think that they're going to be using them, I think we should be given the opportunity to say yes or no as well. Thank you.
Is there any other board comment on this? Okay, seeing no hands. Oh, Abigail.
My comment is regarding the business cards. If we can probably put in the back that this is a volunteer position, I would not like people to think that I am an official member of LA City, and they just, I wouldn't want to mislead anybody.
It is worth noting, though, that though you are unpaid, you are nevertheless an elected official, maybe the bottom rung of city government, but we are elected to city government nonetheless. And so, to some level, we do represent the city. It's one of the reasons why we have to go through training, and it's one of the reasons why when we hear public comment that we may or may not like, we have to endure, because we are representing the city. Brandon, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Abigail said, Dunn calls us volunteers because the city charter has no place for us. We're not elected city officials under the city charter. So whatever her name is, I'm blanking, whoever the general manager, Raquel Beltran, calls us volunteers, which I'm not a fan of, because we're not volunteers, we're elected city officials, uncompensated, of course. But we did go through the election process, through an official election through the LA clerk's office. So we are elected city officials. And I was looking into the Sherman Oaks Outreach Committee the other day, and they are doing cards as well. So this isn't solely us. A lot of other neighborhood councils have cards as well. And yeah, as long as we don't abuse them, like what Richard said, should be just fine. But the only reason they call us volunteers is because they don't know what to call us, because they're going by the city charter. So I yield the floor.
Okay, Scott Mandel, go ahead.
I just want to answer Kim's question. The setup fee is a one-time fee per the person, the individual. However many cards you order after that, there are no setup fees. New Color was the only print shop that gave me a written estimate and provided me with timely samples with the logos. I provided them. The city logo came from the city of Los Angeles, and they've done work for Studio City Neighborhood Council before. I went to a few other print shops, and I really didn't get past the clerk I was talking to, even to get to the point of getting a written estimate. But most of the business cards that require 2 logos and individual setups like this run a similar price. If anyone doesn't want a business card, of course you don't have to get one. You'll contact me offline and give me the exact spelling of how you want your name on the card if this passes, and I'll arrange everything with New Color. And for those of you who don't need it, don't ask for one. Some of us are in public more and can really use the cards when making introductions. In fact, I only found out about it because I met another neighborhood council member in another council. I don't know if you can see that, and she gave me her card. So I hope you support it. Thanks.
Okay, let's bring it to a vote.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, go ahead. Sure.
Yeah, maybe the bylaws committee should do something when it comes to avoiding the abuse of these cards. Again, I've seen this abuse before. I'd rather not see it again. With the city seal on the card, it can be used to persuade people to do things they wouldn't ordinarily do. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a
Can
vote.
I point of order this? May I?
Yeah.
Jeff is
may.
here. Jeff's bylaws is mouths of meal. Sorry, it's late. Is Jeff going to have a bylaws committee meeting in February? If so, can we direct Richard's point to Jeff to see if it's something he'd like to bring up before we take it to a vote?
I mean, are you making so? Do you want to make a motion to table this?
No, I'd like to hear what Jeff has to say first.
Bylaws is going to have a meeting. It's the first week of February. I've been in touch with the bylaws committee members, including Richard. So if he wants to add something to the agenda for February, I could take a look at a possible motion for our operating procedures. That'd be fine. But we also took an oath of office, so I think we should kind of trust each other to do the right thing. So that's my 2 cents.
Ira, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. I apologize for this comment in advance, but look, if we can't vote on something as simple as business cards without tabling it and waiting another month, I think we're in for a difficult year. I understand the issues that are being brought up, but you're right. We have been voted. There is a modicum of trust among council members, and I, for one, am not going to be going around and trying to get free chairs and sofas and goods with this card. I think it could only help. And I think with all the things on the agenda today, unless the stakeholders truly have an issue with the cost of these cards, unless that's really the main issue, I think we should just vote on this and move forward and not table it. Thank you.
Great. With that, let's please bring it to a vote. Or Brandon, were you making a motion to table?
No, I will not.
Okay, great. So let's bring this to a vote, please.
Okay, this is for item number 7. Kim Clements. Oh, wow. This is, yes, Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Ira Gold.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yeah.
Karen Zorro.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes, and thank you, Ira, as well.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item number 8, Government Affairs Committee report. Barry.
Hi. So motion A is supporting Council File 21-1414. And just let me say that this is an implementing ordinance, which means that Senate Bill 9 passed the legislature and the governor signed it. Now the city has to have an ordinance on how they would implement this Senate bill. So that's what this motion is. And the reason it is as long as it is we are asking to amend a few things. And this is basically a template that several neighborhood councils and neighborhood associations have used and have already sent in as comment to this file. So we are using the same one because it has so many good points. And even once the city does this and does an implementing ordinance, the state may still come back and try and sue the city and say, no, you can't do this. It goes against the spirit of the law. So this is far from over, but this at least brings to their attention some things we think they should include. So I'll read the motion. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 21-1414 for an ordinance to implement Senate Bill 9, if amended, to include 1, regarding objective zoning, subdivision, design standards, add RFAR, and that means residential floor area ratio, shall be strictly enforced using prevailing zoning. 2, regarding maximum of 4 units. Oh, I was trying to read from the screen. I'm going to go back to my paper because it's moving. Regarding maximum of 4 units in 2 lots, add the city shall add a zoning code modifier such as a T or Q condition to the parcel. 3, regarding parking, add the city shall adopt an approved major transit stop map and open changes to the map every 5 years through a standard planning case public hearing format. 4, regarding setbacks, revise to setbacks for front, rear, and side yard setbacks shall be prevailing setbacks of the tract map. 5, regarding applicant residency, add a permit shall be applied for by the applicant from the Department of Building and Safety. The permit shall be guaranteed by a bond of recorded lien on the subject property. LLCs or corporations shall not be permitted. Rigorous enforcement of the 3-year minimum residency requirement for development related to SB 9 projects, and a provision for improvements to infrastructure that will be impacted by SB 9 projects, such as increased demands on the power grid and water resources, the integrity of our parks and green spaces, mediation of traffic increases that will result from heightened density, scarcity of parking, increased demand for schools, greater expectations of LAPD and LAFD protection, and future impacts of climate change and the decrease in permeable surfaces related to development. 6, regarding exemptions should include other special districts that shall be exempted from SB 9, including Survey LA documented historic areas and properties, HPOZs, equestrian zoned areas, river implementation overlay zones, high fire or greater zones should replace very high fire severity zones, and high wind zones should be added. Any such areas shall be exempt and protected from SB 9 development. 7, regarding unavoidable adverse impacts, add the city shall assess every SB 9 application for such unavoidable adverse impacts, shall provide its written assessment to the applicable city council office, and shall deny a project if an unavoidable adverse impact is identified. Replacement of any trees removed due to an SB 9 project with mature replacement trees and working carefully to preserve the existing tree canopies. The SCNC also recommends the following inclusions in the proposed ordinance. The city must also establish a minimum threshold by which certain SB 9 projects cannot be ministerial and must be subject to greater scrutiny in terms of a public hearing process and heightened environmental review. 8, affordable covenant. This is at present an urgent statewide and city concern about the provision of affordable housing. Every SB 9 project in the city shall require a 55-year affordable covenant restricting rents to moderate income households, in parentheses, 80 to 120% of AMI, or owner occupied with a price ceiling equivalent to current FHA mortgage limits. These limits shall be applied to all new units and listed on the HCID Registry of Affordable Units. 9, impact development fees. The city shall require the payment of impact or development fees related to the specific impact that will be imposed on a community by the creation of an SB9 second lot and additional units. Impact fees can be related to a variety of impacts, including but not limited to infrastructure, construction impacts, recreation, libraries, etc. Such collected funds shall be deposited into a special fund to be used solely within the community plan boundaries to which the project is located. 10, notification requirements. Every SB9 filing shall require the city to notify those property owners and tenants within a 1,000-foot radius from the proposed project site that a parcel map has been filed with the city. This motion is also to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS, to CF 21-1414.
Thank you, Barry. We'll open now public comment as it relates to this agenda item 8A. Please raise your hand now. Mic, Bonin, recall failure. Go ahead.
Yes, raise your hands, people, if you understood what the fuck he just read. I don't understand it, do you? I don't know what the hell it's about. Well, I have a developer here. Let's see if he can understand. Mr. Weezer?
Oh, yeah. I fully support this. I just wish I hadn't got indicted first, because this is my dream to have people walk up and just get what they want without paying off the politicians. And that's what they're doing. So I fully support this.
Thank you, Mr. Weezer. And again, remember, developers are going to get what they want anyway. Just fuck it. Make it easier. And keep voting Democrat. And together, all of you will be living in your car down by the LA River. Like the late Mr. Farrell said. Yes, SNL, the last good comedian. All right, back to you fools.
Sorry, that's time. Thank you.
Call in user 1, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I've already dealt with 2 developers. I filed my writ of administrative mandamus. I could give a shit about the SB9. Every time I tag them, I use everything under the fire code. There's something called a preemption issue. Your attorney, Richard or Alex, could explain what that is. So the city can do whatever it wants. I just use the fire code to fuck with these developers, and you know what? They go away real quick. So they can do whatever they want. The fire code, preemptive, it's a great thing. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands for public comment on agenda item 8A, we'll move to board comment. I see a hand raised. Richard Niederberg, please go ahead. And you're muted for reference.
Another thing I really think should do, maybe we can't put it in here, but we should think about it at least, basically, you have some sort of restriction saying that there can't be more than the 5 unrelated adults in any parcel. You cut it, in the parcel in half, making 2 parcels, it goes with it. I would rather have it it said 5 unrelated adults, let it stay that way no matter how many parcels or houses or accessory dwelling units there are. Thank you.
Jeff, go ahead.
I was looking at the number 8, the affordable covenant, and I have an issue that it would require a 55-year affordable covenant restricting rents. So you're basically mandating special rent control for 55 years, which I think is really an excessive period of time. So I would offer a friendly amendment to strike this provision and keep the rest of the motion.
Yeah, and I wouldn't accept that only because the 55-year is standard, and we already have it with 1818 projects, which are where apartment building is built and they get a density bonus. And the 55 years is standard in the state of California and in its cities. So that's why it's there listed that way.
So
So
it's a state,
yeah.
it's a state mandate then, the 55
It's
years?
it's not a mandate. It's just seen that I know of, but it's just used. It's been used everywhere as a standard amount of time. And while I think these 10 items help protect residential neighborhoods, this also gets some protection to having affordable housing. And the problem has been when stuff gets built, it's never affordable, particularly in Studio City. So if we're going to let them start building, the state law says we have to let somebody build multiple units on a single family lot, and there's nothing we can do about that. At least if they're going to do it, they've got to guarantee some affordable rents for this period of time, because that's why they came up with this whole law to begin with, is for affordable housing. And there will be no affordable housing without the guaranteed rents. So it may make somebody think twice if I'm gonna turn my single family lot into 4 units, but I can only rent it for a certain amount for 55 years, maybe I'll decide not to do it after all. And like I said, this may not be accepted by the state anyway. This is just things we're asking the city to try and see if we can have that part of the implementing ordinance.
Scott, go ahead.
Thank you, Randy. I just want to note that the authors of this SB, very progressive, including Scott Wiener, for whatever reason, purposely did not include an affordable housing covenant. I kind of agree with Jeff's point. I mean, it seems a lot of these issues are to protect us from what the state is trying to do to our neighborhoods. The city council was against SB 9, as was our mayor, as was, I believe, this board. And Sacramento sort of overrode all the objections, yet they didn't even put in the affordable housing covenant. And it was also passed with an assumption that it was for affordable housing, which it isn't. So I kind of think that's a good idea to take that out. I understand, but there's a reason Sacramento didn't put it in. Thanks.
Brandon.
Could be.
Hold on. I got the floor. Jeff, are you pulling your friendly amendment, or is it still on the floor? Because
I'd still like it to be on the floor. I just think
once you call a friendly amendment, it's up to the board. It's no longer up to Barry. It's up to us. So is your friendly amendment still in play? Is anybody okay? That's all.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess we need a second.
Doesn't the friendly amendment have to be accepted by the maker of the motion?
No.
It always has in the past.
That's wrong.
Yes,
Yeah, that sounds
So-
familiar. Yeah.
So in parliamentary procedure, a friendly amendment is an amendment to a motion under debate that is perceived by all parties as an enhancement to the original motion, often only as a clarification of intent. And so friendly amendments are often allowed by a chair, by the original mover of the motion. In other words, that would be if Barry were to accept the motion as the chair of the committee that passed. So that's how we've always done it. It becomes, I would say, a hostile amendment. For example, if someone's saying, well, we want to make this change anyway, and the board then votes, Brandon, if that's my understanding, the board could then vote. And if we vote, I don't think our bylaws actually speak to it, but it would be a majority vote that if the majority of the board wanted to change something in a motion, we could, but that would be like a hostile amendment, right? You're telling the chair of the Government Affairs Committee that the board doesn't accept a piece of the total sum, and we're going to change it by the whole board taking a vote. That's my understanding of Robert's Rules of Order. In the past, if a chair, and then the experience of what the board has done in the past, just as a historical, we can decide, I suppose, is that if a committee chair did not accept a friendly amendment, we voted on the motion as is, and knowing that that wasn't accepted, and people either voted for a motion or against it. So with that, were there any other board comments as relating to this item?
And can I read
Julie.
you what I would accept?
Sure.
Okay, so 8, Affordable Covenant. There is at present an urgent statewide and city concern about the provision of affordable housing. Every SB 9 project in the city shall establish a period of time of affordable housing, and then go on for there.
Jeff?
Out of the spirit of comedy, I'll accept that. That's fine.
And then we're putting it in their hands to establish what the timeline is.
Scott Mandel?
Wouldn't a 55-year covenant such as this for every SB 9 project essentially kill SB 9? There would be no SB 9. People wouldn't do this construction with a 55-year affordable covenant restriction for rents if it's every project. I mean, most of the low-income bonuses we see in developments, there's 25 apartments and 2 are dedicated, or like at Sportsman's, I think, what is it, 2 dozen out of 500. So here we're saying every, I think I still have a problem with it, but I'm not understanding how it could be every single SB 9 project with lot splits and everything else and construction.
Well, because this isn't apartment zoned land. This is single family properties. It's a whole different ball of wax. And as I said at the beginning, all these things are sort of testing how much restriction we can put on it. And we won't know until the ordinance is passed, and then if the state fights back on what the city's saying. So a lot of this that I read you in this whole motion is to the extreme, really to test what we can essentially get away with. So, and other cities are doing the same thing. This is all going to be a big test to the state law.
Well, it's worth noting, by the way, Barry, you made a comment, and you made a comment regarding that there are other projects, or that there's a state covenant requiring 55 years. I'm looking at as it relates to, for example, the density bonus law, California Government Code Section 65915 that LA City has. And it says that it varies. It could be that some of the requirement for affordable housing could be 30 years. So
yeah, but this isn't affordable housing. This is bonus density housing.
Yeah. So if you go to LA City, and if you go to what I just said, the term of length is specifically to density. Density bonus provisions apply to projects of 3 or more units. Projects qualify for a 20% density bonus if they provide the following tenant set-asides for a period of at least 30 years as established by state law. And then it goes on into greater detail about rent. Anyway, All that to say, I guess you're accepting you're making a change to to section 8, is that correct?
Yeah, as I read it, establishing a period of time.
How about
for
a
an
reasonable,
affordable covenant restricting rents?
how about a reasonable period of time?
That's fine.
Okay, so then is there any other board comment?
Well, I'll second
Julie?
that motion. If
Great,
need a
thank
second
you.
for that. And now I guess
Julie?
we have to go to, would it have to go to public comments first, since it's an amendment?
We are going to get public comment, our hands back up, yeah.
Okay.
But
I
we
was just
finished the
interested
board
in
comment.
I was interested in what Richard Niederberg had to say about having a limit on how many people could be in the unit. Is that anything you'd be interested in adding as a friendly amendment, Barry?
From what I understand, the law does not go there, and so that's why this ordinance isn't.
Okay.
But it's a local city ordinance, so based on city policies and rule, just like when it comes to things like, halfway houses and things of that nature, 5 unrelated adults is a normal restriction. So I figured it would work here too. Say, okay, build what you want, but we don't want to have extra people. We don't mind extra housing, cabanas, accessory dwelling units, but you can't have more than 5 unrelated adults on that parcel. That's all.
Okay, seeing no other board comments, we will go to public comment. Melanie Winter, you have 1 minute, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to note for Barry that it's the River Improvement Overlay District. That's all.
I knew that.
Well, just pointing out that that's not how it's written in your motion. So if you want to make that correction, that's it.
Call in user 1, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. All I have to say is statutory interpretation. Mr. Richard, as a BARD member, should maybe help with that, but I guess not. Thank you.
Mike Bond, recall failure.
I'll turn it over to Mr. Weezer here. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is so exciting. God damn. I mean, even the People's Republic of China couldn't get something this good passed. Yeah, this is great. Take and put all kinds of families in former garages and put them on the second floor in attics and accessory dwelling units and all this wonderful stuff. It's going to make the landlords very, very rich, especially those big corporate landlords that buy up these single family homes and they rezone them and over-densify. It's going to be so good when 19 million people live in the city of Los Angeles in 10 years. Imagine all the power and the money we're going to have and extra congressional seats. I'll be rotting in prison, but at least the good news is my dream is going to come true. I'm the king of development.
Thank you, Mr. Weezer, and good luck on your trial.
Oh, thank you, guys.
And that's time. Thank you.
Zachary, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to say I find myself in a weird position of agreeing with Scott Mandel, which is an odd thing for me. Thanks, Scott. See the laugh. Appreciate it. I do find it odd that there wasn't a provision for affordable housing in the bill, which is very weird. I like the idea of putting affordable housing as for the future to make sure people can afford the new units that would come about as a result of the bill. But I think we should adhere to the spirit of the bill and don't try to kill it. Be like, the bill is a good idea. It's missing a point, and we're adding to it so that it can actually get the job done. Because there's going to be a population boom, whether we like it or not, and we're going to need people to be able to afford places to live. So I like most of this, but I don't like the idea of killing the bill, because I think the bill is a good idea, but Scott's right. It should lead to actual affordable housing.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands for public comment is closed. Is there any other additional board?
And before you vote on number 6, it should say river improvement overlay zones and not river implementation overlay zones.
Randy, your mic went on mute.
Yep, sorry. Okay, so is there any other board comment? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, let's bring this motion to a vote, please.
Are we voting on the motion or the amendment?
Well, he accepted the change.
Okay.
So we don't need to vote on it.
Okay, so no vote on the amendment. So we're changing shall require a 55-year to establish a period of time or reasonable period of time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So this will be for 8A. Dean, you're going to be voting on this one. So we'll start with you, Dean Cutler.
Yes.
Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Ira Gold.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Laura Corian.
Yes.
Okay. Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, the motion B from Government Affairs says the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 21-1472 for a ballot measure to amend the city charter to create an independent redistricting commission for the city of Los Angeles's next decennial census for 2030. This motion is also to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS, to CF 21-1472.
Great. Do we have any public comment on agenda item 8B? Seeing no hands, public comment is closed on agenda item 8B. Board comment. Go ahead, Richard Niederberg.
I hope we're not going from the fire pan into the fire, because I have no idea what the ground rules are going to be, and it could get worse. Thank you.
Is there any other board comment? Seeing no.
This does
hearing
do
no,
what the county did.
board comment. Let's bring this to a vote. Agenda item 8B.
Okay, 8B. Dean Cutler.
Yes.
Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Ira Gold.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Laura Corian. What was that?
She said no. Yes, I'm trying to find the mute button.
That's okay. Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. 8C.
Okay, motion C. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 21-1385 for more effective requirements for on-site posting and mailed notices by the Planning Department for all proposed land use actions, including larger sizes, longer posting periods, renderings where and when appropriate, and use of plain language, and to base those recommendations on notices and procedures already established in other jurisdictions, and to thereby provide all interested stakeholders with fully transparent notices. This motion is also to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS, to CF 21-1385. Did we
Go
lose
ahead,
Randy?
Mike Bonin.
Oh.
Nope, you did not. Mike Bonin, recall failure. Go ahead for 1 minute.
I'll pull up the agenda, human. Stand by, dummy. Yes. So, what do we have here? See, is this something that Weezer should talk about? Well, let's just give it over to him. He's doing pretty good.
Yes, again, thank you. And just remember that all of this happening is the sacrifice of myself. I traveled to Australia, and when I did, I didn't, that was before COVID, and I traded American dollars for Australian dollars, and they said some shit about laundering money. I don't know what that means. Does anybody here know it? I don't know what that means. In fact, I have a letter from my doctor. I've been suffering from a medical condition for the past 10 years. So I'm going to present that at my jury trial.
Thank you, Mr. Weezer. And again, everybody keep up the good.
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you for the fraud.
Call-in user 2. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I was disconnected. Not at your fault. Thank you. Why is Mr. Weezer commenting on stuff at this meeting? Why don't you tell him not to say anything? Why are you allowing former Councilman Weezer to comment? I don't understand. Can you just tell him to not comment? I know it's his free speech, but, you know, he has a pending criminal trial. Can you just tell him not to comment on anything? It's very, it's against my safe space, liberal, Democrat socialism. And also, why does he keep talking Republican? You can't allow that. Admonish him and tell him that he's speaking off topic. Thank you.
We have certain rules under the code of conduct we've all been required to sign, which includes letting people speak. There is no code of conduct that covers or regulates people calling in or joining meetings. Unfortunately, it only controls us.
Yes.
Thanks, Richard. I don't think that was necessary, but thank you. Always worth noting. Seeing no other public comment on this agenda item, public comment is now closed. Is there any board comment as it relates to agenda item 8C? Seeing none, hearing none, let's bring it to a vote.
Okay, this is for 8C. Dean Cutler.
Yes.
Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Ira Gold.
Yeah, I don't have a phone.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
I could.
Laura Corian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Moreno, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thanks so much. Before you go on with Transportation Committee meeting, actually, I do want to make a note in light of the time. It is now 10:08 p.m. And I'd like to get the board's opinion. We'll vote on it to adjourn our meeting and out of a consideration of time and reconvene and pick up where we left off 1 week from tonight. we can vote on that. I recognize people have been on hold to speak to certain items, but I also recognize that we've been going for 3 hours. I'm happy to continue, but I also want to be realistic. We have 7, 8, 9, we have 10 more motions before us, which could easily take us to midnight. So with that in mind, again, if the board would like to, we can potentially pause, and we would reconvene a special meeting next week to finish this agenda. Is there any board comment on that?
Yeah, is there,
Yes, I
Could
do.
we make it 7:30 if we're doing that? I'd just request 7:30.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure.
are we gonna play around with speaking times possibly? I know that it hurts that, for public comment and also for board comment if we have to shorten time, but if these, if the hurdles we're facing are people talking unnecessarily, if we have to shut down, limit it to 30 seconds for everyone across the board, I think
The city attorney, the city, well, there are some neighborhood councils that have done that. The city attorney's office does strongly advise against reducing public comment times to less than a minute. It's something, if you want to talk about further offline, I'm happy to, but I will say publicly that I'm not inclined to cut time less than a minute, because
I just think it stifles the.
No, I understand. Yeah, I mean, the issue is someone
Because
could make
people
a
like
very
me who do want to
legitimate
speak
argument.
feel like if I speak up, it's another minute and another minute, and people who have a lot to contribute, I think, end up mentally or checking out at sometimes, and it's discouraging.
No, I hear you. Okay, Brandon.
Yeah, I'm not against having, in fact, if it's a particularly busy month in the committees, to have actually maybe a Wednesday, Thursday scheduled, where you have a board meeting that's scheduled to be split in half, where maybe the first half are government officials and things like that, and the second half could be whatever. So having two
Sorry, go ahead.
hour-and-a-half meetings instead of 1 3-hour meeting, I don't have a problem with that being a regular thing if there's a lot going on that month.
Sure, but specifically to my question of whether we adjourn now and reconvene next week, is that something you'd like to do, or would you like to push through on this agenda?
I'll second
That's
that.
that's the question that I'm asking.
I'd like to add something, can I?
Hold on, guys. There've been some hands raised, so let's handle the ones that are
Yeah,
raised.
let's go in order. So we have Ira, actually Jeff, and then Ira. And
Let's press on. Let's just get as much done as possible. It's 10:12. We didn't meet last month, so I like to address as many of these issues as possible.
Well,
Thanks.
in that case, if people need to check out of the meeting because they have work and family obligations, I think it's an unfair consequence to make them stay at an ungodly hour that's not really appropriate to what these meetings used to be. So I mean, I know you weren't there.
Guys, I don't want to create a super long debate about it. I just want to get a quick yes, no, respectfully. I realize there might be strong opinions on both sides, and I'm happy to discuss that at a later time. But for the sake of time, all right. So I hear Lisa's interested in reconvening. Jeff's press on. Ira has his hand up. Then Kim.
No,
Abby,
I'm just
Julie.
saying yes to postponing till next week.
Okay.
Why don't we just all vote
Great.
on that?
Yeah, that's a good idea. You know what, Karen? That's a good idea. All right. So
One second. I have my hand raised and
go ahead, Abby. Go ahead. Abby, go.
Thank you. Everyone spoke without raising their hand, and I'd like to have my turn. There are some resident stakeholders that have been waiting patiently without saying anything, nonsense things, and they are still waiting. I think it's really a waste of their time, and we should just move on with at least one more motion. It's, I think, very disrespectful for them. They've been waiting for the next motion for 3 hours. Let's just have one more.
That's a very
They
valid.
have been waiting for this one motion for 3 hours. Let's just have one more and then we can adjourn.
Ira?
Thank you. I think that homelessness has been a really hot button topic, and I think
Not homeless,
at least, God,
transportation.
Peggy, let me go and have my time now. So I'm going to take the chair. I've also had my hand raised. So it's been a really hot button issue, a hot button topic. We have a lot of people who have very strong opinions on it, stakeholders and board members. I'd at the very least would like to hear Luis's presentation. If we're not going to vote on any more motions, I'd at least like to hear that. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Ira. Julie?
Thank you, Ira. I was just going to say I'm on with Luis. He'd very much like to give his report. So if we could allow him to speak, I know he would appreciate it.
Great, thanks. And Richard?
I just wanted to say is tomorrow night is the Valley Association of Neighborhood Councils meeting, which I go to. And I would like to not have it be tomorrow. Next Wednesday is fine.
Okay. I do recognize that there's actually a fair amount of stakeholders still on. So let's press on with a little bit more, and maybe we'll take the vote after a few more motions. Let's see what we can push through. So thank you for indulging the question. Barry, go ahead with 9.
Yeah, and I just want to add, for years and years, 90% of our meetings have ended around 11. So it's not that late in the game compared to how it's been. So on transportation, I have a quick report, just that I drove Ventura with George and Mehmet, the CD4 transportation deputy, yesterday. We stopped at 15 different locations, including the Sportsman's Driveway, which is agenda item number A. They are aware of that tonight and are hoping it passes, and they are wanting to look into it. And going on to motion A, we also stopped in the neighborhood on Vineland, and they took pictures and are hoping that passes as well. So motion A, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council requests Council Member Nithya Raman and the Los Angeles Department of Transportation install traffic calming measures to include, but not limited to, no parking on one side of the street, no oversized vehicle parking, speed limit signs, and speed hump or humps for the very narrow hillside portion of Vineland Avenue between Fruitland Avenue and Lankershim Boulevard. And I have one typo to take care of, and that is where it says, the first sentence would say, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, requests Council Member Nithya Raman to direct, DIRECT, to direct the Los Angeles Department of Transportation to install. So just because ultimately she's going to ask them to do it. So I just needed to make that correction. So it's Nithya Raman to direct the Los Angeles Department of Transportation to install traffic calming measures to include. All right, thank you.
Public comment on agenda item 9A, please raise your hand. Warren Christensen, please go ahead for 1 minute.
We can't hear you, Warren.
Sorry, I was muted. Hello, I've been a Studio City resident for 30 years, and I've lived in my home on Vineland Avenue, south of Ventura, for 24 years. Vineland Avenue and Lankershim Boulevard are two critical arteries for our community that both funnel onto our narrow neighborhood street on both sides. Vineland Avenue is 26 feet wide, and if a truck is parked on our street, it's 8.5 feet wide. That only leaves 17 feet for two cars to pass each other. When cars are parked on both sides of the street, it turns Vineland Avenue into a frustrating parking lot. Waze is directing people to our street to use Wrightwood as a passover to West Hollywood. Speed and erratic driving is a huge issue with no sidewalks. Lives of children, residents, and pets are all at risk when walking on Vineland Avenue. Please help us to install traffic calming measures and no parking on one side of the street. Thank you so much for your time and your patience. I appreciate it.
That's time. Thank you.
Christine, go ahead.
Yes, good evening. Thank you very much for listening to us and hearing our comments and concerns. I'm also a resident on Vineland, and where it's narrow and on a curve, oversized parked vehicles make it really impossible to get out of our driveway safely. It hinders our ability to see oncoming traffic. As previously mentioned, it's a very narrow street. When there's cars parked on both sides of the street, it almost makes it impossible. Also, we do have several residents, including one in our household, of very elderly folks. And I worry about any emergency vehicles trying to get through and or park to get to us. And there have been accidents and people who've driven into parked cars trying to maneuver through the parked cars and the vehicles. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Public comment from phone number ending in 255.
Hello, yes, I'm a stakeholder and I want to say thank you for this motion. I have driven on that street and been faced with having to turn around because I couldn't pass through. I also want to speak to the previous topic, which is I think after this motion, I would recommend adjourning. I can't stay on to comment on the rest of the items. I think it would be better just to have it a week from now. I know the next item, the Sepulveda Pass, the deadline for that is February 11th, so we can still deal with that next week. And I want to suggest to do it the way LA City Council does it, where you have all the public comment at the beginning of the meeting, 1 minute per item, 2 minutes max. That way, Goat Puppet isn't monopolizing your time on every single agenda item. That would be a lot better.
And that's time. Thank you.
Sal Velasco, go ahead.
Hello, board. Thank you for your hard work. It's strenuous and I appreciate it. For my comment, hello, I'm Sal Velasco. Since 2014, I've been a Studio City homeowner. Our hilly neighborhood does not have sidewalks, street lighting, nor lane markings. I asked the committee to consider supporting prohibit oversized vehicle parking to allow residents to walk safely, a speed bump in an appropriate location to manage downhill speed, and prohibit parking on both sides of the road to allow 2 cars to pass safely. To imagine the daily risks residents are subject to, imagine a busy North Vineland Avenue reduced to 1 lane. Cars are permitted to park on both sides of our road. So imagine taking 2 lanes down to 1 without markings. Some final facts to consider: a parked car was rear-ended and pushed 3 feet. Another parked car was sideswiped. An oversized vehicle rode 30 feet and nearly hit a home. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. Gloria, go ahead.
I agree with and want to endorse and amplify the previous comments. But adjacent cars, being here for 3 decades and watching the traffic increase and the motorists becoming increasingly desensitized to speed as they come off the freeway or the other main thoroughfares. Adjacently parked cars force opposing traffic into the same lane. We've seen collisions, we've seen a house hit, we've seen rollovers. And the neighborhood has changed in another way in that a lot of young families have been moving in the last 5 or 6 years. I see nannies and parents walking with strollers and their children. I've seen one woman have to run up onto a lawn because of opposing traffic, being blinded by an oversized vehicle on one side of the street. And it is harrowing. Thank you first for taking the time to hear our comments, and I know you'll do your best to accord with our needs. Thank you again.
Fine, thank you.
Mike Bonin, recall failure. Go ahead. Mike Bonin, recall failure. Go ahead. Last call, Mike Bonin, recall failure. Please unmute. Seeing no other hands for public comment on this agenda item is closed. We will take board comment. If there's any board comment, please raise your hand. Brandon, go ahead.
Yeah, question for Barry. I was looking on Google Earth, the stretch of Vineland, stretching all the way to Lancashire. During rush hour, do cars use this as a kind of a shortcut? And if so, can there be signs saying, no through traffic? Well, you can't do that, but no through traffic to non-residents between certain hours. I'm not familiar with this street. I've never been on it. So is that something people are doing?
So the answer is yes. And the traffic management plan that Jessica did with Krikorian does have, when you're coming up Vineland from Ventura, there is a no right turn onto Wrightwood in the morning. I believe it's 7 to 10. But when you're coming down Vineland from Lancashire, there is not a sign saying no left turn. And then up at Wrightwood and Mulholland in the afternoon for the reverse rush hour traffic, you can't turn there either. So they do have that, but that doesn't really help Vineland itself. It helps Wrightwood.
Kim?
It is interesting listening to the residents who are on the street, because I am one street over from there. I know it very, very well because I'm on that street every single day, a couple times a day. I know it well. And I've never seen the issues that they're talking about. The part of Vineland between Fruitland and Wrightwood already does have street signs that are parking on only one side. Beyond that, toward Lancashire, it is a bit narrow. I think that the crowdedness is part of, yes, living in the hills. Some of the streets are more narrow, blah, blah, blah. I understand that it's as I said, I'm a little confused as to what they want, since there already are signs for parking only on one side. Yes, there's also a sign that you cannot turn right onto Wrightwood from Vineland, which just pushes the traffic further into the neighborhood or coming from the different direction, which is ridiculous. But speed humps, I think, are a problem unto themselves and actually cause issues, including for the kids on bikes. And it's a lovely street. Much of it is a lovely street. I think that this is an issue of just we're, high density at this point all over. I don't know if this is going to fix their issue. I'm a little torn on how to go on this myself with this question. I have never seen the problems. I haven't seen the speeding. I know, though, that yes, big Amazon vans or whatnot, they block my street as well. It's a part of this urban living that we're in. I'm not sure that asking for what they're asking, signs and humps and things, and spending the money on that is going to fix the issue that they'd like it to.
Sure.
Thank you.
Karen, go ahead.
I live on Colfax, which is definitely a wider street. But it seems to me that there's going to be less traffic if there's cars on both sides, because I know I myself avoid those streets. And if you remove one side of the parking, that's going to increase traffic because there's more clearance for cars. So we've had a lot of accidents we have a very wide street, Colfax Avenue, but we've still had all of those accidents that you described because drivers drive badly. So I think, you know, the issue about blocking driveways, that should be, you know, definitely marked so that cars aren't parking next to people's driveways or, you know, whatever it is. So that may be an issue that needs to be addressed as well. And maybe, you know, because they are smaller streets, are there restrictions about, you know, RVs and trucks and stuff like that, that the city should implement?
Right. Thanks. I want to say that I think, and Barry, I'd love for you to chime in. I think two things. Number one, we've had, I think it's at least a half dozen residents who live on that street talk about what they're experiencing. And I think it's important to, you know, take what they're saying at face value. And while it may not be something that you have observed personally or so I haven't observed, I think that doesn't mean it's not happening. I think number one. Number two, I think that the transportation committee also, while I was attending, and not all of it, but most, there was also a significant turnout of residents deeply concerned about traffic conditions on their streets. And I think that it was compelling enough for the transportation committee to create this motion, pass this motion, and bring it to us. And so I think I would like, and I do see your hand, Abby, but I'd also like to request.
Can I make one clarification to the motion?
Yourself? Yeah, go ahead.
All I was going to say is when we say we're asking the council member to direct the LA DOT, it really means, I mean, none of these things they're asking for are a given. LA DOT is going to study every single one, probably for years, unfortunately, and they will decide on a formula of what can and can't go there. As a matter of fact, speed humps, I don't know if are allowed on the classification of street that Vineland is. But we're putting all these options out there because if the council member goes along with this and asks DOT to do it, you can bet there's going to be 25 different studies for it. So we got to get it all on the table and get the studies going. So nothing's a given, but this gets the ball rolling.
Am I correct, Barry, that it would be very, very similar or might be akin to on a smaller scale when once LADOT is directed, akin to a study like Gibson, wasn't it transportation or whatever that third-party company was that did that whole analysis of the hill, and they said we suggest this here, and then there's a public hearing, and it would be very similar to that, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But probably not as grand a scale.
Right. More granular. So with that, I'd like to bring the motion to a vote.
Okay, this is for 9A. Dean Cutler.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Kim Clements.
No.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Ira Gold. Oh, okay. Thumbs up. Yes. Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Laura Corian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino. Yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Abstain.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Brandon, sorry, my mic wasn't turning back on, so that's why I gave you the thumbs up.
And on motion B, it is time sensitive. And even though one of the stakeholders pointed out that it's February 11th, our motions do not turn around that quickly. And to be honest, I would really like to get through B and C tonight, and C is really a no-brainer, and B ought to be.
Sure, go ahead.
But we need to get B done tonight. Okay,
Can we
the
possibly-
board of the studio.
I was
The
just
board
gonna
of
ask,
the
can we get a
Studio
5-minute
City
break?
Neighborhood Council only supports Alternative 6 with the motto, "You get what you pay for." Alternative 6, in parentheses, heavy rail, is the only alternative that truly has a vision of looking to the future with room for growth, capacity, as well as speed, as opposed to slower, smaller capacity alternative 1, 2, and 3 monorails. And this will go directly to Metro, who is seeking comment currently. And I should mention that the Studio City Neighborhood Council has made this same pitch before in a motion when the last time they were asking for comment. So this is like not straying from anything the SCNC has voted on in the past.
Great. Opening up public comment on agenda item 9B, Mike Bonin, recall failure, go ahead.
Yes, and thank you for staying up so late. And the California government, especially Nuri Martinez, who's nicely tucked away and having her Z's right now. Thank you for staying up and working for nothing. And we get a minute each. I know, Ira Gold, I know you don't like that. It's called democracy. I know it's a new term. And of course, you'd like to be there in Ukraine right now, being a Ukrainian citizen, as the Russians cross the border. But here in America, even an animal with a tail can speak at 10:36 p.m. to say, I don't like this item and I hate the Sportsman's Project. Everybody belongs in prison that even thought of the idea. Here, here, that's right. And Erewhon, I don't like it either. I don't like anything that's spelled backwards.
That's time. Thank you.
Phone number ending in 255, go ahead.
Hi, I'd like to thank Barry for bringing this to the council. I agree with Barry that alternative 6 is the best alternative. However, there are additional items that the Studio City Neighborhood Council might want to specify, because right now is not the time when Metro is deciding which alternative to pick, but rather the scope of what it will study. So I would suggest that the council consider, if you have a follow-up meeting next week, to potentially consider a follow-up motion. This would be a good motion to pass tonight, but please consider adding to it, because there are additional things that Studio City stakeholders might like to see Metro study in its environmental study of this project. Thank you, Barry, for the motion.
Seeing no other hands for public comment. Public comment is closed. Is there any board comment on this agenda item? Brandon, go ahead.
Yeah, I know. The Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council is all over this. If this is the 405 line that I believe it is.
No, this one is not.
It's not. Okay.
It's like draw a line from Ventura and Van Nuys to like Westwood Boulevard and Wilshire, and it's going under the mountains.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with what this is. This is exactly what they're talking about. Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council has been discussing this for a while. I think. Have you? I believe they're alternative 6 as well. Yeah. I'm wondering if it would be a good idea if there could be a joint resolution between the Sherman Oaks and Studio City Neighborhood Councils to strengthen it even more, where we're both saying it's alternative 6. I don't know if it would be a stronger voice if two neighborhood councils get together to say the same thing at the same time, or there would be if individual voices would be better. But if Sherman Oaks is feeling the same way, And of course, they're a lot closer to this. It's in their territory. It'd probably be a good idea to do some kind of joint resolution. That's all I have to say.
I think the more neighborhood councils that chime in, the better. And us going together doesn't count as one instead of two.
Any other board comment? Seeing no hands, let's vote on agenda item 9B, please.
Okay. Dean Cutler,
Sorry again. Yes.
Kim Clements,
Yes.
Randall Freed,
Yes.
Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Lisa Karagian,
Yes.
Laura Corian,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg,
Yes.
Karen Sorrow,
Yes.
Adam Summer,
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Agenda
And
item
motion,
9C.
yeah, motion C is another one of those get the ball rolling motions. So it says the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 21-1469 for the Bureau of Engineering with the assistance of Bureau of Street Services, the Department of Transportation, the Department on Disability, the City Administrative Officer, and other relevant departments to report back within 60 days with recommendations for improvements or changes to the city's sidewalk programs. So I hope this is a no-brainer. We need them to start thinking up how we can get our sidewalks being fixed faster than they
Public
are.
comment on agenda item 9C. Mic bond and recall failure. Go ahead for 1 minute.
So, they're gonna fix your sidewalks? Really? Well, if I believe that, then I believe I don't have horns and a tail. You're never gonna get your sidewalks fixed with Democrats. No, only Catherine Barger. She's the only one that fixes sidewalks. Simi Valley, Simi Valley. What do they all have in common? Santa Clarita, Santa Clarita. What do they have in common? It starts with an R and it ends with an N. And that's why you don't vote the right way. No sidewalks for you. You're going to get crack sidewalks with people that sit there taking crack. Hey, I like that. That's right. Crack sidewalks with crack addicts. Yes, that's right there. Yes, Ira always is looking forward to those last 10 seconds. So I just wanted to say.
That's time. Thank you.
Seeing no other public comment on agenda item 9C, we'll go to board comment. Richard Niederberg, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, is the former program in which they would get on your sidewalks quickly if you paid half, did it run out of funds, was ever renewed, or is that just, we don't do that anymore?
Barry?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Was the former program, if you paid half, they'd get on fixing the sidewalk quickly, or that ran out of money, or is it no longer public policy?
Oh, it ran out of money and they stopped it. Yeah. When the city had no money, they stopped it.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, hearing no other comments for agenda item 9C, let's bring it to a vote.
All right, 9C. Dean Cutler,
Yes.
Kim Clements,
Yes.
Randall Freed,
Yes.
Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Lisa Karagian,
Yes.
Laura Corian,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg,
Yes.
Karen Sorrow,
Yes.
Adam Summer,
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much, Barry. Moving on to, I'd like to at least hear the report from Luis Oliard, our homelessness chair. Actually, it looks like, Luis,
Can you hear me?
we can now.
All right, and let's get a video going here. Okay, if I'm limited to my report, Randy, I know that there's probably a lot of constituents that who trusted in me that they would be here to be able to make public comment on my motion. So I'm going to try to burn through this
Sure.
as quickly as I can.
All right, well,
I don't like to lose face
let's,
with the people. That
no, of course.
really is a
If-
line I don't like to cross.
Yeah,
So
if you have people that are waiting to
they're there.
comment,
They're there. Yep.
okay, then
Let me
let's
get
see if
going.
we can.
Said with respect, okay, just in general to the board and the constituents that are out there, since September, I got this, Randy appointed me into this position. I asked him for one directive, and that was to treat human rights at equal value, and that the unhoused and the housed would be treated alike. What I've done since September is I go out into the field, which I know and I'm comfortable doing at the most highly impacted areas here in Studio City, all the areas that we're talking about, including the Greenway River Wash from Radford all the way to Coldwater. And since September, I've sent consistently to my committee field reports and jurisdictions. It's important everybody understands that we're talking about the county, the city, and the state. The county and the city and the state here in Studio City. Once I do those field reports to the proper elected officials and then also to constituents, and I'll better explain which constituents I'm sending them to, along with some of the board representative asked me to copy them. And if I don't get to you, Ira and Kim, with some pending questions, it's not for lack of respect. I'm pretty slammed here, but I always try to get you a report that will answer the majority of your questions, and I know you're smart people, so understand that context, please. We give that good representation, and then ultimately my committee and the board can look at good and recommend good legislation, which in my mind would be a direct reflection of the work and the immediate symptoms and conditions on the streets of Studio City. So because of that, I have 4 motions to present that basically are following that guideline. So the things, as far as my report goes, Randy, the homeless count was postponed. February 22nd, the deployment site for Studio City Neighborhood Council will be here, or Studio City itself will be here at First Christian Church where I live. And I'm utilizing that day as like a summit because I have a partnership with Toluca Lake, and I talk to the Colby, their president, regularly, and he asked me for help. So he's involved in the count now with his neighborhood council. They have their own deployment site, but Valley Village and Valley Glen I've opted in as a courtesy so that they can have a deployment site here at the here in Studio City, with the intention, Barry and Randy, of it being a good gesture that our board shows up there so we can create harmony and better community with our neighbors, which is a component into this position. Moving along, what I've also done is created a services guide, and that guide was created by constituents, and it's a real easy way to go 1, 2, 3 through steps, whether it be a homeless encampment, LA HOP request, which is human services, Parks and Rec, county services, state Caltrans services. So it's an easy guideline, and it also has Vicky over there off of who runs the business district on Ventura. What I've done is I've also sent a soft copy, and so everyone in Toluca Lake, Valley Village, and Valley Glen now has this services guide, which enables them to put their own logo of their own city, and in some cases their own street. But basically, because of the new districting, most of the information applies to all of those surrounding areas. So I'm trying to get more bang for my buck with that services guide. Eventually, Ira, in answer to your question, that will be on the website so that it can reach all of Studio City. Jeff Hartwick is the point person to get that done. Here are the priorities I've been doing out in the city, and this will reflect on some of the public comment. One of the things everyone's talking about is there's no place to put any of our people that are in CD4. I put out the question to CD2 and to CD4 representatives, and I met with Lori Kraft, the operations manager for Hope in the Valley, last Monday. I wanted to make sure, they call them catchment areas, like hospital areas, that a hospital is supposed to serve this area. Well, the tiny home program is designed the same way. So the tiny homes were all designed around CD2. And my point to the CD4 folks and the CD2 folks and to Lori Kraft at Hope in the Valley was, you guys aren't going to disqualify my now CD4 homeless people that we've been working on that were in CD2. I want to make sure that that area gets grandfathered in. So this CD4 areas that Nitya Raman's representatives are talking about as we open up that capacity. The other areas of capacity is when Jason, the representative from the county, and I want the board to know I've talked extensively and met one-on-one multiple times with all these representatives that were on this meeting with you tonight. When I talked to him, he was talking about the beds at Olive View. That's a county hospital. So I'm going to take a tour of that and see what we can do about trying to get our people to get basically qualify and get into that bed. So that's more capacity. In regards to Fruitland, and one thing I want to say, going back on the services guide, what I've been able to do was there are point people, I call them point teams throughout the areas that are constituents that are willing to take that services guide, and then they have constituents, let's say 10 to 20 on their street, and they form these little groups and they're point teams, and then I can provide them a field report so that they can go through the proper channels and put an evidentiary base into these services. And what I mean by that, so when 311, instead of 50 emails going off into the email world or 50 calls, those are semi-effective. But if you've got 30 of those calls going into a 311 request, if you've got 30 of them going into an LA HOP request, you're creating evidentiary basis for these departments, which are going to need to have data so that they can justify more funding for these departments to work more efficiently. The big thing I want the board to understand is a lot of the problem we're having is fundamental operational inefficiency. Period. So I'm trying to teach, Randy, it's a component of what we're doing with the neighborhood councils to make sure that when I'm not in this position anymore and I'm out doing this hustling with these calls and things like that, that the neighborhood that has stake in these various areas is able to go ahead and be empowered and take care of those things themselves. There's no law enforcement on this services guide. This is all simply empowerment of these various areas. And then as I go through the encampments quickly, you'll see the ones that are the worst are the ones that I have the least amount of constituent support. Okay, so there's a direct correlation there. Does that make sense, I hope? All right, the second thing is going to Fruitland immediately and also getting a call from a mom pleading, help my son with the RV get a safe parking spot. Well, I sent that young man to safe parking at the over there at the drop-in program in Studio City, where I know the representative would put him through the program. Put him through the program, and it was radio silence, got no help from safe parking. So they called me back. I went down there. I checked into it with Nitya Raman's office and with Councilman Krikorian. And in answer to your question, Ira, everybody cooperates with me these days. Everybody. Everyone's calling me. They're all being cooperative. They confirmed, Randy, there is no safe parking program in CD4 or CD2. And I talked to the police department, and when they're trying to reference people for safe parking, when they say, hey, I've got safe parking for you, it's the very same program that does not exist. So basically what your council has done is you've got this motion that's the vehicle dwelling free permit program, request for proposals. I implore you to try to get that into the work stream as best you can to get that legislation going, because that's the only thing that I see out there right now. In addition to talking to Jason from the county, I have asked him to look for county areas that may qualify for safe parking. So, for example, the RV, when the guy I talked to, he'll go there if he has a place to go. There's a few other cars that are there. So everyone at Fruitland, in my experience, it wasn't about housing. There were some that wanted safe parking, and then the other issues we'll get into. Paul, this young man who was in Park and Ride. This is another case study that Jeff Hartwick, when he was out in the field with me, I've been following his case and trying to help him. He took, at the Park and Ride months ago, he took recovery as a choice. They got him into recovery. The apartment and the interim housing never came through. He's been back in and off the street. He lives in the as his mom's house. It's all off of Laurel. I will tell the board this, the majority of people that I'm dealing with now are younger and younger, and the majority of people that I'm dealing with are locals. okay? Not some guy from Florida, right from the valley, and pretty local, and families live within maybe 1, 2, 3 miles from where their encampment is, okay? So this volunteer, Paul, I've introduced him to Nitya Raman's representative. I was under the bridge at Coldwater and Moore Park, and he's going to follow Paul's case because they're working on creating volunteer specialists that basically are advocates for these homeless people that have vouchers. Someone gets a voucher, but they can't get placement, and they keep falling through the cracks because they're generally addicted in a lot of cases to something, and they're serving another master, and these advocates can go and help them and at least get them the placement. So that's a good program, okay? Moving on, there's a gentleman who everybody knows, but I don't want to use people's names, give them anonymity. He just went to jail yet again. He was a destructive person in the Greenway River Wash. There's been multiple assaults, etc. I've worked with him myself, almost took an assault just to kind of maybe get him off the street and follow his case, but it didn't happen. But anyways, he was charged. So what I'm going to do to try to make something good of that, and I know the failures in the carceral system, basically when folks get off the metro at Universal, they used to jump the fence at Weddington, which that encampment's gone, by the way, now. And basically that was also something that worked a symbiotic relationship with the park and ride, which is now gone. So a lot of that is folks coming out, they're already addicted. Understand in park and ride, the first phases months ago when the police were coming through, there was a lot of a car theft racket. So they would go through, they would check the plates, and then if there was a felony or something, the car was stolen, they would extract those vehicles. Getting a lot of questions about, I'm going to move to the encampments now, and on park and ride, a lot of questions of how many. I don't know, but I can tell you this. A year ago, I worked with an LA family housing substance abuse specialist. Remember, the outreach people that have been described tonight are generally, and I know a lot of them, are salt of the earth, labor of love, amazing people that are doing tremendous things. But in a lot of cases, folks, they are not credentialed substance abuse or mental health specialists. Do you understand? They don't, in general, if you get somebody into medical treatment or medical attention, you have dual diagnosis authorization, and you get them into there, the closer it is that they're going to get, the quicker they'll get to housing. These are things that were taught to me by these outreach workers. The outreach worker I described from LA Housing a year ago told me that he'd get 10 people out of park and ride, and then 10 more people would show up in those days. I can tell you in visiting park and ride at least twice a week that I saw about the 2 months prior to the December final where they closed it and cleaned it, I saw LASA in there extensively. I was talking to residents there. I saw LA Family and Housing there extensively. I saw the Sheriff's Department in there with LASA specialists going and talking to the vehicles, noting plate numbers, et cetera, et cetera. When we were there, and it was the second day, I was with Jess Hartwick. I have the 2 people that were from LASA and the Sheriff's Department that were in charge there. And that gentleman told me about that he was able to place about 30 people. So it's not a perfect world. I don't want to tell you everybody got housing, but it wasn't like nobody got housing. And so it really depends on who you talk to. And I had never seen as much of a concerted effort to place people as I did at those 2 or 3 months before, including the outreach people that are talking that sometimes will say, hey, they didn't place them. Those same people were out in that park and ride doing their work, and evidently it wasn't effective either. So there has been displacement, and some of those people have gone to Fruitland, but I see people at Fruitland that I don't see in the park and ride. And I remember at Fruitland, I used to talk to the county security person that worked at the park and ride, and there'd be people over there, you know, doing things that was illegal activity. Okay, so that's the best I can tell you over there. In regards to Moore Park and the 101, the Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council asked me to help, and I had been recommending a concerted effort over there, and Logan already reported to you that would be an unprecedented concerted effort in February. Does that make sense, everyone? That's what Logan reported to you. He gave you my report already. Vineland in the 101, I have a point team out there, and they're doing good work out there. There was a Caltrans encampment that was about 100 yards deep. That encampment's gone now. I went through the proper channels and proper processes to get services out there, and so it's gone. The people that are under the 101 right now, I recognize a lot of those folks, but I don't recognize them from that Caltrans encampment right next door to the Beverly Garland. Fruitland we've talked about. Cold water in the 101. The owner of the Chevron station had asked me for help, and he's functioning as a point person, as I described, but he's just absolutely overwhelmed. And I have flyered Randy, the neighborhood over there, with my number, the apartments. I have walked all over there to just try to get one or two constituents to kind of help me do what I had been describing to you as a point team to go through the process. And I keep coming up with nobody. So it's basically Eddie and then our general efforts. So the Residents Association has been recommending some volunteers for me. A few have checked in. I've asked them what I'd like them to start to do to basically help themselves in the neighborhood. And so I'm working on that. In the meantime, on Tuesdays, I took it upon myself to go out there in the church van, Randy, and I'm taking folks that are willing when I go on Friday. And I've consistently taken a few different ladies and gentlemen over to the drop-in program in Studio City. But everyone's got to understand when it gets there, it's not like I'm taking them right to a bed or a hospital bed. They sit down with a kind resident, they check their case, and you do your best. And when they go there, they get like a brownie point. Does that make sense? So when their profile is being evaluated, at least it looks like they've gone to the drop-in program, so they get credit for that. It gives them some credibility. And so I've been doing that, and I did see Nitya Raman's homeless deputy out there under the bridge herself in a city vehicle taking people themselves. So philosophically, that's for you all to determine, and we'll get there. But philosophically, I've seen, or idea-wise, I've seen some things unprecedented with her team. But there's all going to boil down to what we were discussing with the human rights issue and what laws can people break under the protections of human rights and the rights of others, etc. So I'll trust in the board as we evolve on this effort. I think that covers about anything. I'm talking fast, folks. I want to get this done. But does anybody have any questions before we go to motions?
Sure, I see a hand raised. Brandon.
Yeah, Luis, a question. I was speaking to somebody from outside our district, and they said something to me that kind of raised an eyebrow. Is it true that some shelters will only allow you to take one bag of stuff into the shelter? If you have a lot of stuff, will they say, well, you can only take one bag's worth. If not, we can't take you in, even if there is a bed. Is that accurate, or is that just
when you say shelters, I mean, let's call it, interim housing, bridge housing. Let's call them what they're called in the programs, just so I can, get everyone educated. Brandon, I'm not sure. I remember in Project Room Key, you were limited to a bag, and I remember having to load some couples. I mean, it took me 45 minutes to load their life, the things. And so, yes, I mean, they have to have limits because you don't have that much space. So we all have limits. You go on an airplane, you have a limit on what you can take. So those things are true. I would say things that are more deterrents for those like tiny homes, if it's from 10 at night to 6 in the morning that you have to be in there and you're not supposed to be using, there's an amnesty locker there, so you have to turn in if you get searched, and it has to be a clean environment. And so folks that I'm going to say are high functioning chronic homeless people that are addicted, if they can function and get through that 10 to 6 period of time, sometimes they're going to be using, but it's not allowed. But sometimes that's going to happen. When you're in prison, you're not supposed to be using, but I'm telling you, the people coming out of prison, a lot of them are addicted, so they're just doing what they know. And everyone needs to understand that. We are talking about a rampant addiction. More than anything else under those bridges in Studio City, folks, is narcotics, it's fentanyl, It's drug dealers that I've seen under there for years that are basically putting a lot of hurt on people that are already hurting. And then they're building a customer base. So when you see the 101 and Chevron and those on-ramps, it's like it's McDonald's. You've got 4 on and off ramps right there. You can come in. I've talked to the owner. They pull up in his garage, right up in his parking lot. The drug deals go down and they keep moving. And that is not limited to homeless people. So the footing that you got there is really deeply rooted into drugs and that drug mindset. Ira, does that answer your question, Brandon? I mean, it just varies, you know, but that's, yeah, there are limits.
Really quickly, yes, but I was the question was basically there might be some homeless people with a lot more than just one bag's worth that they would like to have some kind of semi-permanent housing or some kind of anything, but they don't want to part with their stuff. So that was one of the genesis of that question.
I mean, those things are true. If that's the biggest challenge, I mean, I'm not sure what to say to that. They're good programs. They're good interim programs. Ira, I'm sorry. Did anyone who's got their hand up?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
First
Ira,
of
go
all,
ahead.
thank you for keeping me updated, and thanks for all this incredible work you're doing. If I mean, you said a lot, but if there's one thing that you need from the neighborhood council, did I understand this right, that you're having trouble kind of recruiting help? So if the neighborhood council, if we would be able to help with that recruitment, would that be useful to you?
Incredibly useful. I know Kim's is in the mix there and starting to help. Patrick, who made comments there, and again, going through just the normal protocols to build those evidentiary bases for those departments and things like that. That's the strategy. And sure, people need to call and email and do what they need to do, but I want to build data in all these various areas because I'm an operations management guy, and I know when I used to have to basically up employees and you know and fund things, you need the data to back it up, not just a bunch of complaining.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Kim?
Just a couple things, and maybe Louis, first of all, you do an amazing job and you speak wonderfully. Thank you for your wonderful update here. Really on top of your game. Thank you. And to Brandon's question about the amount of stuff, I believe that there are services where there is storage. Is that correct? For people where they have a lot of stuff or they don't want to leave their stuff, but they want to go to a job. Is that available? I have heard that there is.
Yeah, I mean, there's that's at the place I know that you can do that is at the Navigation Center and Hope of the Valley. It's on Sherman Way. Councilman Krikorian put it in. If you go up, I think it's Laurel, and you go up Lancashire, and then you hit Sherman Way, and you can go left or right on either one of those streets. It's there on the right-hand side. They have that, and they have job programs and things like that. So those are good. Those are good things. I've talked to the guys that run those things. I said, have you seen a lot of people coming through here that store their stuff here so that they can better their lives and things like that? And I don't have any statistics for you. I'm just a people person. And the guy kind of was like, well, I don't know. So, I mean, it's a great program. I think we're getting away from, I want to reiterate, I'm not running into a lot of that currently in the encampments that are making, are having the most issue. I'm not talking about the men and women that are, you know, they don't have the self-efficacy to help themselves. Some that have been at Greenway Wash, or ladies that are walking around in their carts that are really, really mentally ill that aren't bothering anybody. I mean, the flow of the community is going to have to keep those people safe. That's a whole other arena. We're talking about the crime racket associated with the narcotics and the people that cannot help themselves. And when they're addicted, they're going to do desperate things, and ultimately that's what's creating the crime. Okay, it's that simple. So
the mental health issue, though, too, is a big deal for what you're saying. The ladies that are way out there and not hurting anybody, yet in the broad daylight, we've seen people defecating in the street. You know, the ladies you're talking that are out there and they're half dressed and they're, you know, and these are neighborhoods. Obviously, it's a big concern to people. and I thank you for noting that I am trying, and I'll make a public statement here as well. I am in the immediate vicinity of Fruitland and of that park and ride, and I would like to be, and Lewis has been terrific to get me a little more involved and plugged into the people, as well as I'm happy to talk to my neighbors who are down the street who are frustrated as well. They can reach out to me also. Randy offered his email address, and mine is the same format. We all are, first initial, last name at studiocitync.org. So please do reach out to me as well. We can all kind of band together and talk about it and work on it, because it has plagued me and my neighbors on my street, for years. So we're all living it. From all the stories I'm hearing, everybody has got terrible stories to share and concern, big concerns.
Well, in Fruitland, I mean, Patrick's basically we're just asking Nitya Raman's office, and I feel bad, and I'm making that up to Patrick and even Karen, who I don't know, but I talked to Patrick extensively, and I write these field reports. But in the case of Fruitland, I wrote one. I introduced Patrick to Nitya Raman's office, and I thought they were okay, and I stay in touch, and then Patrick can basically have his constituents and they can work through it. But he wasn't getting a response, and that was a little, and it could be evading that, because I know there's teams out there going out there. But again, I want to talk about specialists that need to be out there. That costs money. I know the police are going out there, and what happens there is they'll go and they'll give an ADA ticket for not being, the Disabilities Act, for covering the sidewalk. And what that does is if the person that they give the ticket to has a felony, then that person's going to go to jail. And that's what the police have had to do. And I talk to them regularly, and the reason they have to do that, because whatever complaining is going on by the constituents is reaching higher ranking officers at the police department. So then you have the outreach people going, police, stop sweeping. And the police are like, well, we got to do this because the neighbors are doing this, and so you get this tug of war going back. And meanwhile, I'm looking and say, well, let's put them in the park and ride. Guess what? There is no not safe parking. So you just got to kind of know the landscape and then work with the folks. And if you just keep plugging away, this is the third generation of Moore Park that I've been a part of. It's the second generation of Coldwater I've been a part of. I moved 20,000 pounds out of Greenway River Wash, and this has all been in the last year. So, it's a cyclical thing, folks. You just got to be consistent, and we got to build our resources as a city to be more consistent about it. Okay. Hey, Scott.
Hi, Luis. I'll just ask one question real short. Are there beds available right now in our area for people who want them?
To my knowledge, there are beds, but there's some COVID issue. And you say in our area, that's if that CD4 catchment area issue that no one was talking about tonight that we're working on. Do you understand what happened there? That the tiny homes were all for CD2, but now Studio City's become predominantly CD4. So did all of our people get disqualified? That's what I'm lobbying for, to say no, so we can put them there. So I'm not as sure as I used to be, Scott, right now, but I'm working on it. And then with that Olive View opening at the county level, that's good. And we'll go from there. And then I don't know what beds at Nitya Raman's office have in CD4 apart from our tiny home programs and our bridge housing programs. I wish I had a straighter answer for you, Scott. And Ira, sorry, yes, I need recruits, Ira, but recruits in those areas or business areas that can help me, and people that are professional people, Ira, level-headed, understand process, not going to fly off the handle and create more hoopla and you know what I mean? Just good professional people that want to take care of want to have a say in the quality of life in the neighborhood.
So I think, thank you, Luis, for a very detailed report and great answers. I know there's a number of motions you want to bring forward. I do have to take public comment on your report since it is agendized. So we have
Sure.
one public comment from Dana Boyd. Go right ahead.
Hi there. Thank you all. What a long night you are all enduring, and I appreciate it as a constituent in the area. I wanted to endorse Louise Oliart with his work. He has been a tremendous ally with the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council and the Homeowners Association and other community groups in helping us with our unhoused neighbors. As it started to become, people defecating on the sidewalk and, nobody around to help them or remove them, we started forming committees that were taking action, like what Luis has described. And we built momentum with the services guide he talked about, and our community is embracing it and using it. And with his decade of experience, he's been training community members to identify candidates for outreach and helping us. And so I just want to suggest that you back him. Thank you.
Thank you. Zachary, go ahead.
Thanks, Randy. I wanted to say that was a really fantastic report, Louis. That I learned so much I had an idea about. That was more concrete information than I think I've ever gotten about the homeless situation in Los Angeles and in the Valley in particular. So I really thank you I know that must have been an incredible amount of work, most of which you probably weren't even allowed time to tell us. So that was very articulate and informative, and I appreciate it. I do wish that, by the way, that some of our newer board members were allowed more time to talk. I know I saw Adam with his hand up. I'd like to see what he had to say. I feel like he has a good view. I just want to emphasize that even if board members are new, they're still board members, and I would really like to hear them talk.
Thank you. Homeless criminal, go ahead.
Oh, I've got a special guest.
Yeah, man. What kind of shit Louis talking about? I just go down on the pad. I just sell my dope, motherfucker. I just go down and I sell my dope. So I take a shit. I want to go take a shit. I tell you the fucking street, man. Cause I got no toilet like you read about motherfucker got there. So I got that Scott, man. You got it right, man. I got 4 shopping carts, man, and they only gonna let me take 20 pounds of luggage in the goddamn place. I don't want no motherfucker. I want to stay out in the street, man. I don't want to be moving up Lancaster Palmdale. I want to stay here in Studio City, man. What's wrong with me staying in Studio City? I'm your neighbor, right? Or you just full of shit like Kobe over there. That motherfucker Kobe. I deal with that motherfucker all the time. So, well, I just sell my dope, man. I just did this little hit. I'm just good shit. So come on, man. What do you say? Let me stay there. Let my brother stay there. What you say?
Well, I think you should stay.
That's time. Thank you.
Any additional board comments? Seeing no hands, let's go to your motion.
Okay. Well, thank you, Julie and Jeff Hartwick, for your help on all of this. Julie's always keeping an eye. These are things that came through the LA City Council, and so it pertains to the work that I've described. And I'm sorry, Randy, I lost my spot here. Okay. First one is this motion is a joint. You want to go ahead and present this, Jeff?
Sure, this motion is a joint motion with the Public Safety Committee. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 21-1209, Title Volunteer Emergency Medical Corps Establishment, Preventative Medical Services, Non-Emergency, Street Medical Services, Unhoused Residents. Given the large number of trained medical professionals in the area, it makes total sense to have the City Administrative Officer, with the assistance of the Los Angeles Fire Department, be directed to report back to the City Council with recommendations on the establishment of a volunteer emergency medical corps for the City of Los Angeles to provide medical services to persons experiencing homelessness. This will improve the quality of life for the unhoused and reduce the number of 911 calls and emergency room visits where many homeless persons receive their primary medical care. This motion is also to be submitted as a community impact statement to Council File 21-1209. So.
Great, thank you. Oh, go ahead, Jeff. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's really a no-brainer. It basically asks the city administrative officer to draft a report to delve into the efficacy of setting up a volunteer medical corps. And it really is a no-brainer because it will involve taxpayer money, and it will send volunteers doing street medicine straight to homeless encampments, and it will prevent needless visits to ERs and whatnot that are already impacted by COVID. So I think this is good for the unhoused, it's good for volunteers, and it's good for the city. So we need to support this motion.
Thank you very much, Jeff Hartwick. We'll open up public comment on this. It says agenda item 9A, but we already had 9, so it should be 10A. So to be clear, this is from the Homelessness Committee. Motion A, public comment from homeless criminal. Go ahead.
I got to stay away from me, motherfucker. Well, there we go. So as you see, Goat Puppet knows everything about the subject matter. You see what I just did? You just take a loudspeaker underneath that underpass and you just blurt out sounds like and another good one is country music. Yes, we learned that in the military, didn't we, when we used those tactics in the Middle East. All you have to do is trust the Goat Puppet, and he will bring you beautiful sidewalks, clean, so clean you could eat off of them. Imagine walking your dog, playing with your children in a beautiful middle-class community. Wouldn't you like that? Or do you want to believe in Luis and his devil ideas and his demon ideology? This is what you have to decide. Are you in favor of Satan, or are you in favor?
God, Lord.
That's time. Thank you.
Believe it.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's the opposite of what Luis is. You're more like an angel than a devil.
Okay, anyway, moving right along, we have seeing no other public comment. Public comment is closed on this agenda item. Is there any board comment? I mean, just in terms of, I mean, I'd love to hear anyone would like to speak, but I would just perhaps suggest any board comment if you take issue with this motion. That way we can address that and then just move to a vote. Kim.
I'd just like to know, since these are volunteers, I was curious as to the exposure for the city. I mean, would this open the city up to, does this open the individual volunteer up to possible litigation, or does it open the city up to possible lawsuits if there's any? How is it any different than the emergency services that are available? I mean, I realize it'll lighten up, you get more people involved, but I was curious as to the financial aspect, the possibility of this.
Well, it's really a request to make a report and an analysis. So I'm sure the report will get into all that. So that's a question that really can't be answered. I believe the city of LA is self-insured. So I'm sure there will be some kind of protection for these workers, but these volunteers rather. But again, it will be up to the people drafting the report to delve into that sort of thing.
I appreciate that. It's just the reports do cost money as well. And if we knew right off the bat that, you know, that it could be possibly big dollars for, it concerns me. That part concerns me with the volunteers and the exposure for the city. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? I mean, board comment? Abigail?
I have a similar comment. Where would the funding come from? And I guess I'm just a little confused that this medical healthcare medical services are for the volunteers. and where is the funding coming from? I'm not against healthcare. I believe that healthcare is very important. It should be available for everyone. Just curiosity.
I don't think it's going to cost anything. I mean, there are street medicine providers right now in Venice, in the Venice area. So you have doctors that actually go out and volunteer and practice street medicine. So it's not something that is unknown. In terms of where the money is coming from, again, it's a report. So I'm sorry.
That was some mic bleed. I muted it. Go ahead.
So again, it's a report. I think all the different parameters will be included in that report, but it's not going to cost taxpayer money because it's a volunteer group, kind of like maybe a CERT team or something like that people volunteer to do. So I don't envision that it would cost taxpayers any money because it's all volunteer.
Also, I think it's worth noting in terms of, Kim, you're asking about potential financial liability. One that I just echo, it is just a study, but there is something called on the books. I'm not a lawyer, but the lawyers speak to this, called the Good Samaritan Law. So if someone who is not being paid offers medical help in an emergency situation, there's no civil liability, is my understanding of the Good Samaritan Law.
But if
but
it's
again,
backed, if it's backed by the city, that's a whole different issue. You know,
but they're still not being paid. It has to be, and not for, the key is usually not for compensation. So, but I'll leave that to the lawyers. I'm married to one, but I'm not one. So I'll leave that to the sharper minds.
thank
If
you.
there's any,
Thank
yeah,
you.
Richard Niederberg, speaking of which, another lawyer. Richard.
Well, okay, I am a lawyer, and as well as being a longtime CERT volunteer, we go through training all the time. Plus, the city checks us out, make sure we're not crooks or have any kind of bad records. So the CERT might be a good way to start. It wouldn't do everything, but it would put a couple hundred people on the street at least. You know, we're mostly around for earthquakes, by the way, and things of that nature. Thank you.
Right. I'll just add real quick. It's also under the auspices of the LA Fire Department. So they have trained paramedics and whatnot that are, I'm sure, going to be in the loop in all this training. So there's that aspect as well.
Great. If we can bring this motion to a vote.
So we're doing 10A here. I guess it was 9A
Yes.
before. Now it's 10A.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay. Dean Cutler.
Yes.
Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Ira Gold.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian. Lisa. Did we lose her?
She may have stepped away.
Okay. Absent. Laura Carian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Wow. Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Motion B. Jeff?
I think Luis is trying to, Luis, you're muted.
Oh, Luis.
I'm asking the board, can I make comment before I present the motion, or do I have to do that after the motion is presented as far as endorsing?
That's up to you. I mean, personally, I always think that motions should be written that they can stand on their own.
Yeah.
But certainly you're welcome to comment before or after, whatever your preference is.
Just quickly, the reason is I've seen a lot, especially with fentanyl, a lot of ODing under the bridges. And then I will say that I don't have any data to back this up, or I don't have a formal response from any program, but the word is on the street that, especially in some of these programs, that there's a lot more overdose than you may hear about. Here's the motion. The Board of Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 21-1415, Naloxone training and distribution, street-based services, shelter sites, drug overdose, people experiencing homelessness, Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority. The motion has three parts. It would, one, direct LAHSA to identify to report all agency staff and contracted providers who have received naloxone training and distribution and identify opportunities to expand these services. Two, direct the chief legislative officer to do the same for city departments. And three, direct the chief legislative officer to identify any current and future 2021 through 2025 years, county, state, and federal legislation for the city council to consider taking an official position that would address areas around funding and access to drug treatment, medical training, and recovery bridge housing. This motion is to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS, to CF 21-1415.
Great. So thank you. Let's take if there's any public comment. Public comment from homeless criminal, please go ahead.
Where's that guy with that coat? I'll let you talk. Stay away from me, horn. I said you could talk. Okay, man. Yeah. I mean, once in a while we OD, man. On the fucking street, you know? Like when I was down over there at the railroad track the other day, I took a little too much shit, but free package. That's right, man. Every time I hear it, man, I go in there and take my bolt cutters. Free package. Free package, man. It is so great living in this city. Oh, man, you got all goddamn trains, buses, 24/7, free packages on the trains, free drugs in the underpasses. God damn, this city's great. I hope you keep voting. But don't listen to that Kim, because you start listening to her, I'm going to have to move out of state. I don't want to do that. I want to be here taking my dump and living the free. No dump, no food. Yeah, I support it. Keep on.
That's time. Thank you.
Seeing no other board comment is closed. Is there any, pardon me, public comment? Is there any board comment? Okay, then not seeing any, let's bring it to a vote.
Okay, this will be for 10B. Dean Cutler.
Yes.
Kim Clements.
No.
No?
No.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Ira Gold.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian. Oh, she's not here. She's absent. Laura Karian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino. Yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you. Motion C.
Hi, Jeff, do you mind presenting this?
Sure. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 20-0769-S2, County of Los Angeles Health, Mental Health, and Social Services Delivery Unsheltered Residents, Los Angeles Housing Homeless Services Authority, Los Angeles City Health Commission, instructing the city administrative officer and the chief legislative analyst to report on the findings in Council File 20-0769-S2, including a review of the LA City contractual relationship with LA County for the delivery of healthcare services detailed in contract C-32683 as amended, with specific recommendations for the city to improve the delivery of healthcare services to all Angelenos, starting first with people experiencing homelessness. This motion is also to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS, to Council File 20-0769-S2. S2.
Thank you. Taking public comment on agenda item 10C. Homeless criminal, go ahead.
Here comes the train. Free packages. That's right, man. Yeah. Shit, man. Yeah, getting about that time now, man. I gotta get down the railroad track and get some more free shit, man. I'm taking the rest of my dough. So yeah, I support all your effort to keep me in my tent. I love living in my tent. I love shitting on the sidewalk. I love stealing water, and I especially love stealing electricity. That's why the goddamn, excuse me, that's why all those street lights are all burnt out, you know, all 2,750 of them. That goat puppet's doing a project on. So keep up the good work, man. I love it. I don't pay nothing, and I get EBT, man, on top of it. Here's money. Thank you for voting Democrat. Okay, man. I'll let you back there. I go get my extra tip.
That's time. Thank you.
Board comment on this matter. Julie.
Thank you. I just want to offer a little bit of explanation on this because I think it's pretty wordy and maybe not super descriptive. But the county is in charge of healthcare for the city. We're included in that county. The city has about 75% of the residents, and all the reports show that the communication's not great and the services aren't great. So this has been a 60-year contract that we're under. It's been challenged before, and they've looked at it, and it actually, one of the challenges in the 90s was the impetus for the creation of LAHSA, the LA Housing Services. So this has been challenged before in an effort to make it better. And so, you know, the council members are saying that it needs to be updated again. And so I would like to support them re-examining the 60-year-old contract and trying to make it better for the residents of the city.
Thank you, Julie. Scott.
I want to thank Julie as well. She sort of made my point with just one exception. Hopefully this will lead to Los Angeles. I don't know where that sound is coming from. It's not coming from me. Hopefully lead to Los Angeles reestablishing their own health department, because the relationship that LA's city has had with the county has been a complete and total disaster. Thank you.
Any other board comment? Seeing none, let's bring it to a vote.
Okay, 10C. Dean Cutler.
Yes.
Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Ira Gold.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian. Did she ever come back? No, she didn't. Laura Corian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Yes. Motion passes.
Great. Motion D.
Okay, just going to give the board a little bit of information on just why I thought this was an important motion to go forward. And I do want to make note that Jeff and Julie, I love you guys. Thank you for all your support. I love the board too, but these two have been incredible. So thanks a lot. Okay, in regards to, before I knew all of you wonderful people, I transported up to as many as 30 people to Project Room Key in Studio City after a coordinated effort, which took about 2 months. I was asked to engage the people under the 101 encampment, and that was in July of 2020. They were mostly couples, and because of that, that was an example in which eventually LA Family Housing came at a concerted effort, and the whole encampment moved. The entire encampment with free will got up, got in the vehicles, and moved to room key. And I did that in multiple bridges. Now, I know that wasn't very popular in the city of Studio City, but I want to make sure everyone knows within about a day or two, I saw some of those people from that bridge back under that bridge. And some of those people 2 years ago are some of the same people I see working the bridges. Okay. I also saw some fallout from other residents over there by Greenway Park. But I will tell you this, that there were a lot of people that I transported that I never saw on the street again. So that's one thing. The other thing is that when I see the best of the best outreach workers recently at that same encampment, and it'll be a guy I knew for 20 years, I said, "Hey man, what's going on? I'm in Studio City, homeless chair, look at me now, mom." And he'll say, "Look, man, the district's managing their own homeless thing individually. It's not working, it's killing me. There's so much bureaucracy. I got to prove a guy's been homeless for 2 months before I can get him into this place. Man, that room key program really was the one, because I could get them at least off the street so the street wasn't a waiting room." That was one of the best guys I'd ever seen. At Coldwater, back when I got this position in August, that Coldwater Bridge, that encampment was moved, the majority of it, not on the state side, but just under the bridge. And when I talked to guys that I'd known from the pantry days, I said, "Where'd everybody go?" And they said, "Housing." And I said, "Where?" And they go, "The Hollywood Room Key." It was Hollywood Room Key. And last, a guy that I know, and I'll leave them nameless, that I know is one of the guys that goes in encampment to encampment and peddles the drugs, right? And whatever the operations that they have, I don't get into that, but these are people that I've known for years. And I broke it down knowing I'd present this motion, and I asked them, "Listen, you were part of that first room key movement." I said, "Out of 50 people, how many do you think are really falling into a place where they have a sustainable life and move on and don't just fall back into the street life?" And he stopped and paused, and he's a straight shooter. And we talked, and he said, "Probably 15 to 20. And then he said, almost with a disdain, "The rest of them just kind of fall and do the same old thing." And here's a guy that's basically helping perpetuate those addictions. But that's what he said to me. So at a 30% ratio of success, I felt it was a good program. Not necessarily here in Studio City, but I'm just giving you some of the best I have as far as information to make a choice, okay? The Board of Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 211340 Project Room Key. Interim non-congregate shelters, 100% reimbursement. Executive action, FEMA, master leasing, hotels and motels, vacant apartment units, COVID-19 pandemic. The motion will renew and expand Project Room Key through April 2022, taking advantage of federal extension for reimbursement funding through the CARES Act. The motion further recommends that the Chief Legislative Officer and LASA to consult with the members of the unhoused community and service providers and report back on ways in which Project Room Key operations could be improved and made more successful. This motion is to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS to 211340.
Okay, we'll take public comment on this. Public comment. Homeless criminal, go ahead.
Me? That's right. Good, That's right. Just keep feeding my Frankenstein, man. Look at all you guys. I see you on the freeway every day, up and down them freeway, going to your dead-end job. I just get in my tent. I get to take a hit whenever I want. I get up whenever I want. I have no alarm clock, no job. I got no boss. And I go out and I make my own money in my own schedule. I'm self-employed. So that's what I want to do. And I want to bring more and more of my buddies here from Washington State. Shout out up there, Salem, Oregon. Shout out to Oklahoma City, Yeah, they just gonna keep coming. Millions and millions of more motherfuckers. It's just gonna keep coming as long as you keep pouring that money in. That's the way it works, man. Donald Trump taught me everything I know, man. That's right.
That's time. Thank you.
Is there any board comment? Scott?
I'll be quick. In the council file, I just want people to know this is a bond and ramen motion. And there's very little action as far as not even any public comment. Only 2 neighborhood councils have commented on this. To what Luis said, I think in theory, it's a good project. It left a very bad taste in my mouth as to what happened in Studio City with the LA family housing rep and the rep of the hotel where it took place. And I think they really didn't give a rip about the community, and they made that very clear. And I'm actually not going to support this because of that, and because Ramen is the mover on this as well. And I'm concerned this is going to come to Studio City now that she's representing half of it. Thanks.
Brandon Marino?
Yeah, I agree with some of what Scott said, but my concern is through April 2022, it's kind of open-ended, and also the second half of this motion is that they're looking for ways to make it better in the future. I know Project Roomkey in some areas has been successful, has not been successful here in Studio City. A lot of stakeholders blame it for a lot of problems we have right now, especially with Sportsman's Lodge. And also, I just see this as kind of another way the city's kind of getting around building things, building more facilities specifically for the unhoused. It just sounds like it's kind of a, here, you deal with a problem, give you money, you house them. No, it's the city's issue, and they should start building more facilities and using more city property. So I'm probably going to vote no on this as well.
Kim, go ahead.
Quick question, why Project Roomkey versus the tiny houses?
Well,
That's for Louis.
yeah, it's Luis, Kim. My
Luis.
name's
Sorry.
Luis. That's all right. My grandmother would
Apologies.
appreciate that. No problem. We're from South America, my family.
It's
basically
late.
because
My
of
apologies.
no, it's because of what I'm describing to you now. It's a success rate. It's a success rate. I mean, the examples that I gave you are the best examples I can possibly give you. It's basically, it's easier if you want an immediate lift off and out of the Studio City streets, and there's capacity at a Roomkey, let's say the one in Hollywood. I'm just letting you know that the Project Roomkeys that weren't in Studio City, the word on the street, and I got no agenda here, Kim, except for getting our neighborhood done well. I'm not working for anybody around these programs or anything like that, but that was the one that kept coming up that was placing more people. And again, this guys that are doing the work and gals that I see getting people on the street, all I do out there is help people get the help they need or help people do their jobs. And the people that are getting the work done are the ones that told me, hey, it was a good program. And everything that Jeff's Scott Mandel is saying about the way that happened and the way it went down is true. I can't argue those points. This is all pretty ugly, guys. But I still think it's the better choice, and it's the one that's getting things done. The tiny homes, they're not. There's tiny homes here now with some capacity, and couples aren't going. The environment, it's not working for some people. The Roomkey seemed to have been more successful. At least to stage folks and start working those wraparound service. It's an interim step. I hope that answers your question. Okay. Julie?
Yeah, I would just say it's not an either or situation. It's basically taking advantage of the federal government extending their program to pay the state back for this program. So it only goes through April, these funds. So it would be free to the state, free to the city. They'd be reimbursed through April. So it's a Band-Aid, but it might get a few people off the street temporarily while they're getting in other housing. So I don't think the motion is trying to promote it long-term or say that it's better than any other thing. It's really just taking advantage of this program temporarily. And I think the second part of the motion is that there were a lot of people who said it doesn't work for them because of the curfews, because of not being able to have their friends over, et cetera. So I think that what they're trying to say is, okay, we're listening. Maybe there's some ways we can be flexible. I know from what I heard, the people in Studio City did not enforce a lot of the rules that were actually on the books. So that's why I would support it. I think it's just temporary and it's free, and maybe it's a little bit that would hold us over or help a few people in the next 3 months.
Dean, go ahead.
Thank you. I would just reiterate what has already been said, but truly as president of the bid and Vicky, we had to endure quite a bit at Project Room Key, Sportsman's Lodge, Studio City with 142, full capacity residents, if you will. It may lift people off the street, but it didn't lift them off the street during the day. And they were out on the streets, and there were certainly issues and problems. And I don't need to get into the details, but if it truly could be improved, that's one thing. But I really think that it is a Band-Aid, and we're just kicking the can down the road here by not getting more longer term solutions here. So I would tend to not support it.
Jeff?
Yeah, I'm looking at the actual motion, the council file. Really what it does is it instructs the chief administrative officer to report back on possibly renewing and expanding the program. It also says that it will consult with members of the community to see how operations could be improved and made more successful. And it directs LAHSA to report back on requirements for Project Room Key that could be modified to induce greater participation from hotels and motels. So really, it's a report, and it's kind of like an after action report, like what were all the problems? And I agree, there were a huge amount of problems with Project Room Key. So it's more of like an after action report, and there's this pool of money available. So perhaps we can use this since funds ran out in December 2020. So it's not really rejuvenating Project Room Key. There's no Project Room Key envisioned for Studio City. It's just a report to basically examine if it's feasible for the future. That's all.
Any other board comment? I guess my concern is, I think I would be personally, I would support a study about looking at how do we fix it first, versus saying, let's see if we can expand it. And by the way, we'll also see if we can come up with ways to improve it. It was clear from the very beginning that, so LAHSA's own prediction, and I would argue that this is unfortunately a par for the course in the track record of LAHSA, they proposed at the beginning that they would house 25% of all of those unhoused. They fell, what is that? So 48,000. They said they were hoping to house 12,000 people. They housed, I think at its peak, maybe just over 4,000. So well below their own target, which they said that they set. No one set it for them, they set it. They also created their own impediments, which there were a lot of advocates spoke out against, which was LAHSA at the 11th hour decided to target only hotels of 100 rooms or more, which actually eliminated some of the most eager participants, being hotels and motels. And so the governor has already also pledged additional monies. I personally, I would rather support just a study first, or a report from LAHSA, since there's already money for that, where they are kind of doing that, post-mortem of what failed and what worked. It did lift people up, it did help certain people, but they also failed by the metrics the governing body themselves set. Personally, I wouldn't want to support this. Any other comments? Seeing none, let's take it to a vote.
This is for 10D. Kim Clements,
No.
Randall Freed,
No.
Ira Gold,
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Lisa Karajian, not present. Laura Corian, I think she dropped out as well. Scott Mandel,
No.
Brandon Marino, no. Richard Niederberg,
No.
Karen Sorrow,
Yes.
Adam Summer,
Yes.
Abigail Velasco. Is she still with us?
I'm right here.
Is that a yes
I
or
said
no? You said what?
No.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
You
6.
missed
No.
Dean.
5
Brandon.
yes. What?
You missed
You missed Dean Cutler.
Oh, Dean, I'm sorry. Dean, go ahead.
No.
Okay, that is 7 no, 5 yes, and 2 absence. Motion
The
fails.
motion fails. Thank you, Luis, for all your hard work.
Yep.
3 out of 4 is certainly very admirable.
And a close one at
Um,
the end there, Randy. Hey, listen, when I say goodnight, I do think that Kim's question of room key versus tiny homes, and I just ask, and I know the board's open to it, let's really think these models through for what's coming in the future and know that we're gonna need something to get what I'm gonna call the exodus off under those bridges, okay?
Well, you know what, with that, Luis, maybe we can explore putting forward a CIS or just trying to push people also. If you see Ron Galprin, the city controller's latest report, where he readily identifies, I think it's 27 city-owned properties that could be turned into shelter space. There's already existing infrastructure. According to the controller, he says within a week, these sites can be used based on where they are and what exists on those properties. So maybe that's something for us to explore and push. With that, thank you so much. I do greatly appreciate it. You and I are overdue for a coffee. Moving forward, just to remind you, land use as it relates to that project, which was the elder care facility at Colfax and Ventura, the developer, after kind of getting a resounding negative feedback on their proposed project, decided to pull their proposal to the land use committee as is, and is going to come back to the board or the land use committee, I should say, either in February or March with a redraft of their plans and kind of a restating of what it is that they're looking for our NC to approve. Also, I want to just thank Scott Mandel in advance. His motions we are going to table for the moment and revisit next week, given that we are quickly approaching midnight. With that, I thank everyone. And just know for the next meeting, we're probably going to be retooling the agenda to a consent calendar. I don't know, I have to talk to the city attorney and done. So we can try to find ways to have a more time efficient meeting. And with that, welcome aboard, Dean. It's like being the president of an HOA, so thank you.
It's a hell of an opening night. I didn't know we were going into extra innings.
So thank you, Dean. Let's grab a coffee. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. Have a wonderful evening and good night.
You did good, Dean.